election.
Excellent. Well, we can get started. Welcome to this workshop of the Hopkins School Board. And we'd like to welcome our community members who are joining us via the YouTube live stream, as well as those of us who are in community here in the boardroom together this evening. Before we get started with our first agenda item, I'd just like to go around, kind of introduce the Hopkins team at the table here. There are some new faces since our equity consultants were with us last, and just want to make sure we all know who we are around the table. So we'll start with one of our fabulous student board representatives, Oscar.
I'm Oscar Wolf. I'm a junior board representative.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jason Ross. Oh, thank you. Good evening. My name is Jason Ross, and I am one of the new board members here representing Tanglin, the Tanglin area.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tanya Khan. I'm one of the directors here.
Hi, Shannon Andreessen, Vice Chair of the school board and also parent of a 8th grader at West Junior High.
Jen Bouchard, board chair, just starting my second term on the board, and parent of a 5th grader in the district.
Rhoda Mary Peary-Reed, superintendent.
Steve Adams, board treasurer, starting my 11th year on the board, and parent of 2 Hopkins graduates.
Hi, I'm Katie O'Shea Peterson, board clerk. I have a 4th and 5th grader at Meadowbrook.
Hi, I'm Rachel Hartland, and I am the second brand-new board member this year and have 3 children at Meadowbrook.
And I'm Parker, and I'm a senior board representative.
Well, thank you.
It's so wonderful to see you again. I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Peary-Reed for a bit of framing, and then we can get started.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard, and welcome and good evening to all school board members and student board reps, colleagues, and everyone who may be listening in this evening. So I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Stanley Brown to the table, along with Dr. Shin and Dr. Carroll, our equity audit engineers. As hopefully we all know, vigilant equity is one of our core values in Hopkins. In Hopkins, we aspire to ensure that from policy to program to practice, we are providing equitable access and opportunities to all of our scholars without regard to race, home income status, zip code. In fact, by 2031, one of our success indicators is that we will have eradicated race as a predictability factor from our program and achievement results. So we do have a lot of work to do in that area. And when we launched our vision, we asked ourselves, how will we know where inequity and disparities exist in our system? And so we did employ this team of doctors of education. There are also a couple of lawyers on the team. They've all been school practitioners, principals, working as district office level leaders. We employed a team of education doctors and researchers to conduct a system-wide equity audit. So under the guidance of Dr. Brown, who's been working with this team, it's taken a couple of years because COVID was so insistent on interrupting the work over and over again. So it has taken some time, but we are at a point where the team has been able to really look at multiple aspects of our system and present some information to us that will help us know what we're doing well, but more importantly, where we need to grow, where we need to disrupt, where we need to transform. So I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Brown, who might provide additional framing, and then Dr. Shin and Dr. Carroll, who are here to present the key findings from this equity audit. We also have a number of school leaders in the virtual space. We invited our leadership team to listen in to this important report so that we are all aware from get-go what are some of the important things for us to work on. Welcome, and thank you very much for your partnership and for your work.
Thank you.
Quite honestly, I could not add any more, but I am very pleased that although COVID showed its head, that this team, they bounced back and rode it anyhow. And so I am very, very pleased. I had emails, texts, and phone calls to say, we cannot do this because, and we will not be able to do this because, and they bounced and they went right with it. And the report that you see is done by two highly respected education persons in this area. I have known both of them for many years, and there isn't anyone in this area or around the country that I hold in high esteem as these two. And so I thank you very much for accepting the challenge, first of all, and for leading us through a very thorough equity audit so that we can grow and that we can transform. So thank you both very, very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. We have known you for a long time, too. And it's been many years that we have worked together and have not stopped facing this issue within our schools and in our society. So I think that we appreciated being invited to do your equity audit. And I guess I have a question of how many had a chance to even read through it or skim through it before the meeting as board members? You did. Good. That's good. That's good to know that you have some idea of the content and the attitude with which we have done the work. Okay. You will notice in the acknowledgement that we wouldn't have done it if we didn't have faith in the Hopkins school community. Both the leaders in the school community, particularly when we first met with the board, and I have to say approximately 2 years ago when we met with you. And newcomers, that was 2 years ago. The project was intended for 1 year, but with the hit of COVID and other issues going on, it actually took almost 2 years before we stopped gathering information and prepared the report for you. One thing that I want to say right up front is not only the praise in the acknowledgement section of the report, but that praise is sincere. We have hope, and hope is the most important thing you can have when we are dealing with looking at how we can do things that will improve the performance, the life chances of students of color. And that brings me to, yes, that is the focal point. However, doing this work helps everybody. It is something that benefits all of our population, not just a particular group of people that have been neglected over years, only because we didn't have the knowledge necessarily. And I need to say that it's a systems problem, and that's what we keep in our mind all the time. It's systemic, it's deep in, it's not an individual here or there that is responsible for this situation. But to make changes, we have to understand the system itself. Okay, and so when we did the work, we looked at your system. We gathered information from individuals, from different groups, from many dimensions of your existence as a school district. And when we did so, we gathered information from all the different parts and individuals, etc. And we use many methods to do it. And I'm not going to list all of that because you have it in the report. One thing that I wanted to point out is that Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned the team. And you'll notice in the beginning of the report, it said there's a team approach. And we did not feel that an individual can do such an assessment. And we didn't feel individuals of one particular ethnic, cultural, racial background could do that. And so you'll notice on page 58, the members of our team who are not here today that did such work, good work, I believe, for your district, for your schools. You'll see Anika Bowie, Rosalind Carroll, who is here, Rose Chu, Judy Cutler, Carol Gupton, Dolores Henderson, Gloria Kumagai, Mungsher Lee, Byron Schwab, and myself, okay? And not only is there the diversity of the people, of their backgrounds, because it's through their eyes that we needed to collectively look at the information that we gathered. And so therefore the team approach was used, and we felt that other audits that we have looked at did not necessarily use that approach, okay? And so that we consider significant for you, for Hopkins information. You will also notice on page, let's see, where's that page with, oh, on page 9. On page 9 is the model that we used. So if you haven't looked at that already, that's the model that we used to analyze your system. And in collaboration with your superintendents and your diversity coordinator, we agreed to use this model, the SSU Symmetry Systems model, to create the work plan for collecting information to give feedback to you. And that organizational model shows you the focus 1 area is on teacher staff equity, focus 2 is on program equity, and focus 3 is achievement equity, and focus 4 is resource equity. And there are points below there that give you some of the items that we focused on when we gathered information to draw conclusions about those 4 areas. Okay. You'll note that that means we didn't do everything in your district, okay? It means that the focus in the report is in those 4 areas, okay? So I would stop right there on the background information and go to the executive summary, because the executive summary actually gives you most of the conclusions that we were able to draw from the information that we gathered. There were some changes made in the plan due to COVID, and I think you all understand those. You've been through a lot in the last 2 years. I can't even imagine being in your positions with what's been going on in our public education system. I mean, it's just amazing we kept going, and that you kept going, and that your kids and your families stay with you through all of this. Those
Excuse
focus
me.
areas, yes.
Before we go any further, could you identify yourselves for the board and the people watching at home?
Oh,
I
I'm
don't think you made
sorry.
an introduction. I know who Dr. Brown is, so.
What's he saying?
He knows him. He don't know you.
We've introduced you as Dr. Shin and Dr. Carroll, but you want to just
Which one
take
is which?
15
Which one is
seconds
which?
to provide
I'm Barbara
a-
Shin,
Okay.
Dr. Barbara Shin. I am the Executive Director for Symmetry Systems Unlimited,
All right.
okay?
And it might bode well that you give just a snippet of your biography of being a teacher, a principal, and all of that. That might bode well also, Dr.
Oh,
Shin.
okay.
So that we know that you are legitimate.
I'm so legitimate. Okay, how can I make this list? Okay, oftentimes people will say, well, what do you do now? Okay, first of all, I'm an education equity consultant, okay? And those who maybe finish their career in the education system sometimes become consultants, okay? Almost all of my background is in equity, both as a classroom teacher, as a principal, as a director of a program related to K-12 system, active member of Education Minnesota, formally retired from WEMAP, actually, of which Hopkins has been a member for years, okay? I was the director for the K-12 interdistrict downtown school years ago when it was first established. Let's see, my last retirement was from Hamlin University as an associate professor. Okay. Now, what else can I tell you? Do you have any questions?
If I could add just a snippet. Dr. Shin was my principal back in some of my earlier years in the classroom. And one story that I tell quite often, she requested, and we later found out it was a demand, that the classroom before promoting students to the next grade, she wanted a list of students divided by race, socioeconomic, academics, and the whole 9 yards. And we later found out we could not leave for the summer until it was done.
Oh, that's right.
And the way we found out is my team worked after all of the other teams had gone home. And we worked to try to establish 3 lists that were to her requests by gender, by age, race. And so we could not come up with it after 2 days of working on it. So it was 3 of us, and so we decided who's going to go tell Dr. Shin we can't do it. So I was the one voted to go tell Dr. Shin after 2-3 days we could not come up with it. So I went in and I said, well, Dr. Shin, here's our list. We cannot come up with what your request is, and everyone else have left. And she looked at me and she said, well, I guess you will not be going home. And I said, thank you very much. And I went back to the team and I said, we can't go home. And so, but I tell that story because she was such an advocate for equity when it wasn't even in the vernacular. And she pushed us as teachers and as staff that if we were going to work in that school, we were going to be equity-minded, and everything that we pushed for would be for the equity of the students in that school. And for that, I appreciate your kindness in that.
Thank you, Stanley, for sharing that and for that attribute. Before I became the K-12 principal of that school to help develop it, because it was really kind of in the sewer when it first was opened up. Some of you have been around long enough to know how that happened. And before that, I was the principal director for the Multicultural Laboratory School at Anderson in Minneapolis, where we had the opportunity to actually create and design an equitable school. And that lasted for the 10 years that I was there as principal. And then it gradually waned away because it was not fully supported by the central administration. And that will happen. That's why sustainability is so important. So I'm sorry, Dr. Carroll, please. Steve, thank you for asking that question. Who knew it would take so long? Okay.
Rosalind Carroll, and I currently am a working retired person, but I only retired once. I hired her in one of her retirements to be at Hamlin. I'm a former director of the Center for Equity in Urban Teaching at Hamlin. Actually created the program there. I was there for 13 years, and we had a pretty good program going. I'm born and raised in St. Paul.
In Rondo.
Yes, in the Rondo area. In the Rondo area. Went off to North Dakota to go to school, and then went to Europe for a while, hung out, came back, my mother psyched me into returning. And education has always been something that's been on my heart. I love children, and I love all children, anybody's children, and I don't have any children. But that's because I take care of everybody else's children. And it's really kind of nice because I can go home, I don't have to worry. And then I can go back and check them out the next day. But anyway, then I went and I went to Ohio, where I worked at the university, worked at the University of Minnesota for a while. I was with the Human Rights Department for some time. That was a fun job, got to go all over the state. And I don't know, I don't like talking about myself so much, but I've been in education for the last 60 years. I mean, I started young, and I'll probably die doing this, but that's okay. I like doing it. I've traveled extensively, so I don't just deal with what's happening in the United States. I deal with what's happening internationally. And it's really given me a breath, particularly when we first went out and started dealing with culture, and my view of culture and the international view of culture were very, very different. And it makes you more inclusive. I didn't realize how narrow-minded I was until I started traveling and comparing. So this is what I do. Currently, I am the education director at Ujamaa Place, working with black males with one foot in the jail and the other on a banana peel. Most of our guys are adjudicated, 18 to 31, black males, and we work with them. So I deal with education and counseling. Very interesting working with the young men. And it keeps me kind of up to date. And you know, our young people are very different today than they were when I went to school. We kind of wanted to go. So it's a different story. So education is what I do. I'm also a minister in the African American Catholic congregation. I'm a bishop, and so I do that on the side. We're located in DC, so I travel back and forth. We don't have a church here in Minnesota, but that's okay, because I visit other churches too. So that's sort of my background. Education is what I do, and I always will go back to education no matter what I do. That's why when this came up and Dr. Shin said, would you be interested? I said, indeed, indeed, indeed. And it's been an interesting journey for the 10 of us, all aggressive educators who think they know everything and want to be in charge. So that has been a journey in itself. But Barbara beat us all out. So that's enough about us.
Okay.
Let's get to the focus. I hope I've given you enough information
You gave me plenty.
on my
Thank you.
credentials. Okay.
Steve, may I add one thing that Dr. Carroll didn't mention, that she also was chair of the St. Paul School Board at one point in
Oh,
her
yeah, I
career.
forgot about
Elected twice to the board, so, yeah.
Yes, my board experience, yes.
Go for it.
All right.
Okay, you are, the executive summary, you'll notice, has listed most of the points, but not all of them from the body of the report, okay? But we've highlighted them, and most all of them are there, but not all. I want you to keep that in mind. Dr. Carroll is going to talk about Focus 1 and 1 and 4, and I will talk a little bit about highlighting some of the points in 2 and 3.
Okay, and I'm going to just really go over the executive summary. don't try to follow back and forth, because that's just wasting time. Because I might speak on this page and that page. But I do want to highlight and focus one, that we answered the question, what has the Hopkins School District Equity Audit Inquiry revealed about equity in teachers and staff quality? And the one thing in that first bullet, we talk about the process described to fill administrative vacancies was personalized, individualized, nor institutionalized, a must for systems. And so one of the things, as you're looking at staffing, is to look at institutionalizing how you do your hiring and promoting, et cetera. One of the positive notes, though, the process used for administrative hiring in 2020 did produce an increase in the diversity of leadership in the district and should therefore be institutionalized so that the process results can be repeated and sustained for the future. You don't want a situation where every time a new soup comes in, you get a new process, because then it's kind of whimsical. But if you have it institutionalized and everybody is aware of what it takes to hire and what the qualifications, et cetera, and the board is aware, then it becomes systematized. The leadership in the Hopkins district perceive themselves as having positive attitudes toward cultural diversity. Almost, I would say, 80+%. However, although that was the perception, it was not necessarily exhibited in knowledge and skills currently to do the equity work. So you have a group of well-meaning, supportive people, but they don't have the necessary actions to follow up with what they want to happen. And that's not just here, by the by. One of the first steps is that you got to have a good mindset. And then from the mindset, we have to get the skill set. And then from that skill set, we have to have action. And that's generally where we always fall short, is the action. We can talk a good game, but we don't know how to implement it. So another point I would make.
Is that where you want me to do that?
What?
Leadership piece? How we drew those conclusions?
Go ahead with
Okay.
your triangulation.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I knew she wouldn't let me get through it.
I wasn't going to let her go past this, okay. The question is, how did we draw those conclusions? If I were a teacher, I'd want to know, or a principal, how did you?
You can tell they've been in partnership for 40-some years.
We've worked 20 to 30 years together, by the way. Okay, what we did is that we gathered information from several sources to draw those conclusions. One of them was the CCASSL, which is a survey of leaders about their attitude toward leading for diversity and equity, okay? So we use that instrument. We also use the IDI, which most of you are probably familiar with. And then we also use some information from the Comer survey that we wound up using with staff also. And then we also used information from interviews of principals and cabinet members, okay? What we found with what we would call the CASL, the attitude survey for leading, was that people self-reported. That's what that instrument does, self-report, and that's where Dr. Carroll mentioned that the response was that we received a positive attitude, and we see ourselves as doing good work, wanting to do good work, wanting to have good results, but disappointed we're not getting them, but that's the information from that instrument. Then we did the IDI, which told us information about actually what is the reality here, not self-report, but the reality of what the people know and what their attitude really is. And that countered the attitude of, I believe that I'm doing good work and I know how to do this, okay? Then we also had similar information, similar to both of those, from the Comer survey. And then in the interviews, particularly of principals, we asked, well, what do you do for equity in your school? What do you actually do? And we found that they could not name what they do. One of the specifics named was, we do the courageous conversation leadership. So what they do is take training for themselves was in the information, okay? So our conclusion had to be that, okay, we believe in good work, we want to do good work. However, we really aren't what Dr. Carroll has already reported to you. So the importance is, what is the action that needs to be taken on the job? It's on the job. And in the back of the report, you will see specifics listed for the CASEL and how that report was prepared from those items in that survey.
One of the things I will comment is on the professional development, lots of professional development, but we couldn't see where it was implemented. They're taking it, they're being developed, but it's not coming back to the classroom and reaching the children. And that's what that's about when we talk about the leadership and what's happening with, yes, I believe in equity, but I don't know how to make that happen in the classroom so that reflects in the children, because that's ultimately what we want to happen. Yes.
I just had a quick question around, when you say leaders in the Hopkins district, what
can't
does
hear.
that mean?
Leaders, she wants to know the leaders. That means that that's your superintendency, that's your principals, and you have a leadership group of 30-something people.
Cabinet?
Cabinet, the cabinet.
No,
Yeah.
Cabinet is part of
and-
the leadership.
And, yeah, part of that. So that's who we're speaking of.
Yeah.
Great,
Okay?
thank you.
And, and then we also did some surveys and stuff with teachers, et cetera. So we believe that a district-wide organizational framework is needed to coordinate and connect professional development across different staff, administrators, principals, teachers, and other staff interacting with students. And so as a part, it needs to be a part of the strategic plan to provide direction and identify equity as an integrated priority for the district. That's easier said than done, because when those doors close, they close, and people do what they have to do. But there's got to be a way of looking at accountability. If you took a 2-year class and you were meeting on a weekly or monthly basis, then you have to be able to say, this is how it reached the students. These are the changes that have occurred as a result of this training that you have put lots of money in and people power in. It's just not going to it and then going back and going to the same old thing that you used to do. Because as long as you do what you used to do, you're going to get the same old results that you're not going to be happy. And with that, again, this is just a summary. We only have so much time, and then we had to spend some time talking about who we were and instead of what's in here. But this is just a little summary, a little snippet of what, it's really worth reading, looking at this, and there's some interesting findings. Okay, Barbara, we're going to go to focus 2.
We're going to focus 2, and I'd like to mention that professional development is highlighted throughout all 4 sections of the report. And professional development also, we found that is sort of in a silo organizational piece, or at least it was. And I have to qualify that when we collected the information. That doesn't mean it stayed there because you've been doing things in your district in the meantime, okay? But there's a silo for administrative professional development. There's one for teacher professional development. There's one for staff professional development, et cetera, okay? Now, what we found was that it's not attending to the same issues or job specific for those 3 areas. So what we made mention of in the professional development was the need to cross over the system so that the focus is the same for the different roles in the district to address the equity issues, okay, in professional development. That is really key, that your people are being developed systemically, not just in this hierarchy stream, nor in this site or in this program, but integrated throughout and horizontally is important, okay? The other thing we noticed about your professional development, and it's cited in the findings, is that in professional development now, what you have is a lot of presentations and some thoughtful approaches being presented, et cetera, by your people that you bring in to do it or by staff within the district. However, there isn't time for the staff and the teachers to translate that into practice. So they don't have, here's a good idea, we know here the data supports this, the research says, man, this is good, okay? What we've done then is, that's really good, but then plop, that's where it goes, okay? All right, they need time to put it into practice, the people getting the training. Okay.
Focus 2.
On the programs, part 2, focus 2, special education. It appears that the district disaggregates data and develops the skills of staff to analyze data through an equity lens. Proper use of an equity lens would bring focus not only on the student, but on the system. That's a key issue that was found related to special education. Special education's, the person doing this work for you has found that there's a deficit mindset rather than an asset mindset within your special education system. Moving to the program area of talent development services, formerly gifted and talented. Talent development, expand the gifts and talents of students beyond academics, as in the arts and technology, could increase the number of students of color applying for the program. Also considering expanding the identification measurements and methods used would be very helpful. The heavy dependence on standardized tests already indicate racial achievement gap. You already have a lot of data for a couple of years. It hasn't gotten by you. You know that it is a major issue. Then providing a clear accountability for the talent development program would be helpful to ensure the quality of the program and provide for the needs of the staff. Okay, that would be very, very important for staff across your district. English language learners, some of the findings that we found there, again, there's a reference to the importance of professional development for them. Also important for clearly defining the accountability for the ELL program. Most of your programs do not, we found, have accountability built in, okay? They're good, this is a good program, we use it, but where's the evidence that it's doing good, okay? So that's important about all of your programs. Discipline, conclusions, and findings. That is a major issue, and I know that you know that. There's no need to underline it any more than it's already been done. And for you in Hopkins, it's been done very publicly. Some of the coverage of what's happened with students in the schools is very evident that how students are disciplined and what's happening with them and the resistance to it, and the data shows us that it's disproportionate by race for sure. Okay, so something has to be done, and you can read through the report and find the thoughts and recommendations for how to more fairly treat all of the students in a problem-solving methodology, also to help your students get skills at resolving conflict. The students need the skills, the staff needs to know how to teach the students the skills to resolve conflict. It's one way of avoiding explosions, okay? And it doesn't happen overnight, but it's a consistency in the process. And that's what was found on the discipline program for your district. 3.
Focus 3?
Focus 3 is equity inquiry revealed about achievement. We did not do a whole bunch of achievement because you have all of those reports on your students. And we have found that a lot of equity and inquiry reports, all they do is feed back to a district what their achievement data is already recorded and forwarded to the state. You don't need that. You have all of that information. We did take a look at some of the issues like the achievement of your students of color and how they're not in the challenging programs, the more advanced programs for achievement. And we concluded from what we were able to find out was that they weren't motivated to even apply for getting into those courses, okay? So you do not have your students of color, a lot of them at the point of which we gathered data, enrolled in the higher order thinking programmatic issues, particularly in the junior and senior high, okay? But that takes staff motivating the students to take part in such, because they probably weren't motivated earlier in their lives. So this is the time to take that challenge on. Some of the things that we found out from parents about the achievement of students and the disappointment they have overall, and Dr. Carroll's going to talk about that in Focus 4, about the input from parents, but particularly for Jingjing and Hunta at Eisenhower. In particular, we discovered their parents are not having an integrated parent group is very, very important to the parents. They feel that they want to be working all together collectively in that school. And I think you have moved to that now already. And that is a really good move. Also, the IB program being put in for the elementary level at Eisenhower as well was a good move, in our opinion, from what we were able to determine. And however, it is not the total answer to bringing harmony into that learning environment for all of the families that are engaged in the Eisenhower program, or were engaged at the time we did the inquiry. On the achievement, it was very, very important that we cover curriculum and instruction under achievement. We found in curriculum and instruction department that a curriculum mapping really could locate gaps in your academic equity program. And that kind of a mapping program would actually take a look at where are you inclusive on the important data and information that the students are getting. And that would be a very, I would say, a very powerful professional development piece because it's actually putting into practice, and teachers would be involved in creating that. And as they create it together, because creativity is so important, which you've all underlined in your district, okay? That piece we feel is something that could be very helpful for how you move forward in your curriculum improvement and inclusion across the district at all levels of the district. You'll notice, and we notice this, and you notice this too, that you really have a downward slope in achievement in the district. I don't have this last year's data, but that is something for you to consider, how you're going to change the direction of that. Let's see, something else on the curriculum. We found that there were lots of different programs and activities going on in your curriculum and instruction area. And they weren't all directed to strategies that are effective, known to be effective for the achievement, better achievement for students of color, okay? And those strategies, we did not find any focus in that area, or that those resources are being brought to the teachers or to the building level. And we felt that that was very, very critical. We found that model that you, what's the name of that model? It's pretty, so can someone go to curriculum? Quickly.
The learning framework.
There it is, okay, I see it, okay. On page 34, right near the end of our data gathering, we heard about the learning framework that was being developed. And that was really encouraging to us to see that going on, because we did not find really a scope and sequence, which is an important piece of curriculum and instruction, the heart of the educational system for students. But we saw this as an example of scope and sequence, basically, which was exciting because you also had the pathways for the educators. You had in there authentic inclusivity, vigilant equity. But what we did find, and maybe it's happened since then, but we didn't find the specifics of what those mean. The words are very good, and they are very powerful. But what's the action behind them that's going to bring the new knowledge and the information to all of the students in the district? So that's kind of where that's set, but that was very, very exciting. And the learning framework and equitable curriculum design, which there are some that you can find online, would be very, very helpful. Okay, I'm going to end the curriculum area from achievement and move right over to Roz on Focus 4.
Focus 4, resources. We all know what that's, resources is, cash flow. If I'm being too informal, you let me know.
No, workshops are informal by
Gotta
design.
have some little
so-
levity
Yeah.
in this serious stuff.
Yeah.
We like you.
But in Focus 4, we looked at your budget and the process for doing that. And I said, of all of the things that we looked at, we found this most disconcerting in that what was used up through 2020, 2021, you actually changed it, was an old model where it was all district-led, centrally led, and not much input came from the principals and parents in the schools, teachers. But it was all kind of dictated to them. And then each year, a percentage, not necessarily based on need, but based on inflation and some of the other things. And we spent a lot of time on this particular one because we couldn't believe that we did not have individual building budgets that we could look at and see if they were equitably being given out. But we finally realized that that is what was happening. and talking, spending a few hours with your budget person and going over and asking the same question over and over until we finally came to believe that it was pretty much centrally dictated, and that it was in 2019, 2020 that the principals really began to have some say and input into what their needs were based on the needs of the students and staff in the schools. And so we were so happy to see that in the 21-22 school annual, what the district indicated that they will be developed to address individual school buildings' needs by allowing each school building to handle some of their own financial based upon student enrollment and needs in the individual school. One size does not fit all when it comes to budgeting. And that's where it's very easy to sneak in inequity. It doesn't appear as inequity because you really equitably distributed 2% to everybody, but some of them needed 20%. But it doesn't show up. Well, it shows up in the grades, and it shows up in discipline, and it shows up there. But if you just take a look at it, it looks as though it's very equitable. We were very and extremely pleased that that shift has been made and will continue to be made. Other ones, of course, the greatest resource is your staff. You got the cash, but the staff is important, and what it is that they do or that they don't do. The number of teachers and support staff assigned to a school or program determines the student to staff ratio, which deals with class size. And being aware of how this expenditure is allocated is very important, and making sure that there is equitable distribution. It was very hard for us to determine that based on how things were budgeted, but the ethnic makeup of Hopkins administration is 62% white, 27% black, you know this, and 3% each for American, Indians, Alaska Native, Hispanic, and multiracial staff. The district has almost 40% of the administrators of color, which is quite commendable. But then when we look at the staff, we see teachers, we see something very different. The majority of the schools consistently have more Asian teachers compared to state's average. Both junior high schools have higher representation of Hispanic teachers than the state. But then, if you look at Alice, Eisenhower, Gatewood, Meadow, and Glen elementaries, they do not have any Hispanic teachers, despite the high number of Hispanic students attending these schools. So you have to get to that proportionality, and that is very important. That goes back to that systemic way of hiring, recruiting, and maintaining and promoting of teachers. When we looked at the community education conclusions, that staff members and parents of diverse students don't always have access to agencies who have experience working with students and families. One voice could be intentional about naming the groups of diverse students they serve as opposed to a general statement about serving all students. And that becomes important. As soon as you start wrapping everybody in all, then nobody really gets counted, but the majority. And so I'm glad that organization really was specific. Community Ed has a strong community outreach, and they know the students better than one voice, they could be active in securing commitments from community agencies to accommodate the needs of students not yet serviced by one voice. Parents and community voices are a great asset for the racial equity audit inquiry. We spoke to over 300 parents across racial groups, and they had a questionnaire that we did, and we did focus groups. COVID really messed with us in this area because it was very hard to, we wanted to get 10 to 14 parents together. Sometimes we had to do individual focus where we would talk. We had 2 or 3, but we really wanted to have groups, and just COVID and time and getting parents together. But we went ahead and did the one-on-ones and recorded the information, et cetera. So parents were concerned that discipline is not handled well, and 34% of them, and equitably, 41% no, but 80% believe that students of color are overrepresented in special ed. If you look at the budget reports from 2017 through 21, it's clearly stated that community ed fees help the district fund the department as well as other district needs. And that we thought was really a pretty good indication. One of the things that parents concluded is racial equity data for Hopkins require collaboration, commitment, district parents, and et cetera. But parents and other community voices were a great asset for racial equity in the audit inquiry. 2/3 of the parents responding spoke to appreciation and support for Hopkins' focus on equity. That's a plus, we think, because what Hopkins is doing is a big deal today in the environment that we are currently in. And to have 80% of the parents that we talk to say we support this, that's a plus. Because there are districts where parents are not supporting, and board meetings are erupting into fights and violence, et cetera. So that was a real big plus. When we looked at materials and supplies, professional development program consultants for equity have been funded by the district. However, it is unclear as to what has been transferred from presentation into practice, and no program has been systemically supported across the district, nor have programs been evaluated for impact on student achievement. And we think that that is really unnecessary. As you get into beginning to use your resources, and principals and staff have some say, make sure you're looking at, are we meeting the needs, not the political needs, but the actual student needs. I see. So that's important now that you're going in a different way of doing budgets, not to fall into that trap of not equitably distributing how toilet paper is distributed. And you laugh, but when I was on the board, that became a very big issue because some schools, happened to be those schools where there were students of color, they were flushing. So they took all the toilet paper out, took the doors off, and the board had to get involved in it. Not equitable, it was really unsafe and unsanitary. But we dealt with it, so you don't want to fall into those kinds of traps. So last but not least, the acquisition and distribution of new knowledge as a resource to improve equity for students of color does not appear to be distributed equitably across the district. And that will come with time. One of the things I will say in closing is that this is a baseline. This is what was at the time that we did it. But where you're going, it's a good baseline, and it's going to be able to show you where you come from. And so you really should give yourselves a pat on the back, because this is, you're doing something that's really, really great. I guess we only got a few minutes left. Barbara's got, she's going to briefly speak on policies because we looked at every one of them. Go ahead, Barbara, and then if there's a question or two.
That's what's so important to each of you here. You are the policy makers and the policy monitors, of course. And the policies are the driving force for the school district and how it functions, without a doubt. On page 44, where we've given you the report on the policies, your policies, we did an analysis of the policies, and we triangulated the information through 3 people, and then the full team analyzed the policies. And you will note that we broke them up into 3 categories. The first one is policies that we found explicitly address equity. So you have policies that are very strong and very powerful that just, you need to make sure accountability is there for implementing the policy appropriately within your system. The second category is implying support for equity. Sometimes language implies, it doesn't say directly, explicitly. So you have a category of policies, and we have given you the examples of those in the report. The third category is policies blocking attention to equity. And so you have examples of those. And I know that you have, I believe, a policy committee. And some of you serve on that policy committee where you review the policies. And then you have a schedule by which you review which policies in which year, et cetera. So I don't know if you want to keep to that schedule as a routine, because routines don't always get work done, okay? So that if you want to change up and take a look at the policies that we have cited for you, we've also recommended a process, a different and new process for you on the policies. And I know that Assistant Superintendent Dr. Lightfoot was pleased with this organization, and he feels it would be helpful as to what we have laid out for you to consider as board members. The last section in the report is a glossary. We have found that in your system and in our work, there are many complements within the report, for sure. We have highlighted some concerns that should be brought to your attention, but I said, again, not all. In the glossary, we have given definitions for many relevant terms for equity work today in K-12 educational systems. And we found that we couldn't find good definitions throughout the work when we were doing the inquiry. So definitions are very important, and they need to be consistent through all the employees that have responsibility for the education of the students, which is everyone. So everyone needs to understand what is cultural competence, okay? Everyone needs to understand what is a cultural racial lens, okay? We see it all through your talk, but we're not sure that the meaning is there. So that is one project that we think is really critical. We also found in the definitions on 48, there's an example there of data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. Are your reports really providing the information you need? Because the board, actually, and all the leaders need clear definitions and extension of what reports and data means. Data is data, it's numbers. It does not have meaning, okay? So it needs to be given meaning for you, for all of your decisions, for equity. Okay, there's much more, and we love talking about this, but we can't do any more for you in the talk.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carroll, Dr. Shin. As I was reading over the report this afternoon, not a lot of surprises in here for me. These are issues that we've been grappling with at this board table, certainly throughout the 4 years that I've been on the board. And I'm so glad we took some time to talk about the policy review at the end, because you identified that perfectly. That is one area that is not only our responsibility, but our opportunity in terms of how to drive this systemic change. And I'm wondering, I agree with you and with what Dr. Lightfoot said, that this is a really useful framing. Because we unfortunately don't have a lot of time for questions right now, we're going to be doing our World's Best Workforce hearing right after this. I am wondering if we have the opportunity to discuss this policy section with you further, to do a deeper dive into that. Is that something that could be possible?
She wants to do, she can't hear you.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I'll repeat that part. I'm wondering if there might be the opportunity for us in the future to do a deeper dive with you into this policy section.
I'm sure we can make some.
We could make some arrangements with the superintendent, possibly, yeah.
To do that, because we have spent an awful long time working with this information that we have. And we want you to be able to ask questions and get an understanding, but we'll have to talk about how we do that. So I think the simple answer is yes, but we just have to make those arrangements to have that happen, and to come and spend another hour or two with you to do a deeper dive.
Jen, we're willing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Some of the policies you've mentioned here are already part of our board goal areas for this year, and we've been doing work on those. And there are some others that were not on my radar in terms of barriers to equity, and that's the area. Those are the policies that I'm really curious about, learning more about your recommendations. So that would be very helpful.
Okay.
How much time do we have? We have to go into World's Best Workforce, don't we?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a burning question, but we should transition within a couple of minutes.
Is there a question that has risen to the level of burning?
Chair Bouchard,
Yes.
I guess I would offer a question. I've been on the school board for 10 years, and for 10 years we've been doing professional development, culturally responsive teaching, and I know it was going on for at least 5 years before I was on the board. So we've invested a lot of time and effort into trying to get our staff to, take to heart the training. And I'm really disappointed to find that we're leading the horse to water, but no one seems to be drinking it, is what you're telling me. And it just seems like a lot of wasted effort on our part. I guess I would ask you, what district in the state or out of the state is doing a good job of that? Because apparently we aren't. And I get very concerned about that we're continuing to throw good money after bad. So who can we look to as an example?
Well, that's some research I think that needs, I was just reading today, and of course, my Mini-Heimers is coming. ASCD was just talking about a school that is doing some of those things. I think there are schools out there and districts out there that are doing it. Please don't think because you haven't gotten to where you're going that it's been a waste. It takes time, and this is preparation. Just think about if you hadn't done what you've done, you'd never even understand this report. So it has brought forth some good things. Now you just got to shift into dealing with accountability and practice. And it's time to move professional development to practice.
But it's
So-
been 15 years and we still haven't adopted the practice.
But it's not been practice, it's been development.
Yes, and if I could just add, there are pockets and there are individuals in buildings
Right.
that have taken the work to heart. I don't know of any Hopkins teacher who is not interested in culturally relevant pedagogy and have taken workshops on it. It's a matter of having the time to implement it with everything else that you have going on in the classroom. I think that as a Hopkins school district that we have come a mighty long ways.
I think you have.
We, even when I go around the country to educational conferences with Black educators, I was asked one time when I was talking about speaking about race and culture to my school, to my leadership, to my teachers, one of my Black friends from the South said, well, you could come live with me. And I said, he said, because you're going to get fired. So you can come live with me. And when I started speaking about what we have been doing, he and another circle of friends were amazed that I could be in a predominantly white district talking about culture and race. And so we have come a long ways. Do we have a long ways to go? Absolutely we do.
Yeah.
But we have come a very long ways. And I think that we have to be very, very focused on continuing it.
I agree.
Because I have gone into classrooms and have seen the work implemented, have heard the language amongst teachers themselves. We just have to be able to put it as a systematic.
Maybe I'm too
Steve,
impatient.
yeah.
Pardon?
Maybe I'm too impatient.
No, Steve.
No, I think your question is a very good one.
Steve, I'm with you.
Actually.
I am with you. I have been an educator for all of these years, and I raise the question, how come?
Yeah.
How come we have invested and we don't see it in the data of our students? Okay? And that's not about any individual teacher. We have star teachers in this district and all over the state of Minnesota, but it's bringing it to the systems level, that it's across all the teachers, okay? All the teachers. Martin Luther King is should be still on our minds, not just for yesterday. But what is being taught at the 4th grade level when we're teaching American history and include the story of Dr. King, okay? What's being taught at the 4th grade level across the district? What's being taught at the 8th grade level across the district, 8th grade? What about the seniors? What's happening in the high school? Okay, can you answer that question? Can you answer that question? If you can't answer that question, we have not systematized the information about the achievement of the students and inclusivity. And I'll end it by saying that that is not about the goodness of individual teachers struggling, because they don't have a lot of support sometimes even from their colleagues. They're struggling for new knowledge, support from each other. I care so much about these kids and the teachers that are working directly with them, and having been a principal on how do I do that leadership and stay the course. Now, I should have recorded that. But anyway.
Good news,
It has
it
been
is
recorded.
recorded.
I would just like to say that I've been encouraged to see what's in this report because I'm hearing exactly what is in this report from students that I speak with. They have been calling for curriculum adaptations that go across the district-wide, and they are also talking about how they hear a lot from the adults in education spaces, but they see very little action. So I think it's really nice to see all this line up with what we're hearing from students as well.
That's good. It's meant to be helpful.
Yes,
It's
it
meant to
is.
focus, okay? So you know where to put your energies rather than just shooting wild,
Yeah,
okay?
well, and I'll echo, like, this also shows us that the efforts that we've already begun, like, things that we've identified as a board are mirrored in your
Yes.
report, right?
Yeah,
So
yes.
it was for me, like, looking at the budgeting changes we've made, our review of the discipline policy, all of that, I was like, okay, so we're doing the right stuff. And to your point, Steve, I think taking professional development and putting it into action it's hard to do across every industry. It doesn't matter if it's education or anywhere else. That moving training into practice, I think, is a challenge across the board, right? So, and I agree. I hope we can put it into action, and I think we will.
I
Thank you.
had a question, sorry if I interrupted, but would this data look different if it hadn't been COVID?
Can you,
That's a good question.
I don't say, she said, would the data look different if COVID had not interfered with us?
oh, why don't you answer that? No.
She just answered. No. COVID interfered in how long it took us to gather it, but some systemic things just weren't there, whether COVID was here or not, and it would have come out. But I think, like, we couldn't get into the classrooms. We have to get in there to see what's going on. But I think what we did do, and the other ways that we put this stuff, the information together, we would have come to some of the same conclusions. COVID slowed us down, but it didn't knock us off the horse. So it did slow us down. Well, y'all, it's been real.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give Dr. Mary Perry-Reed a word.
Well, Dr. Shen and Dr. Carroll, Dr. Brown, we just want to thank you for the work. It has taken 2 years for us to reach this moment in time where we can review the findings, and so we thank you for your devotion to Hopkins and to helping us transform. We mentioned the disappointed feelings that may come up for many of us in the space. We have leaders on the call who may feel a sense of disappointment or confusion or maybe a little bit of angst, and I think these are natural emotions that we feel when we hear critical feedback. And the reason that we feel these emotions is because we do have a high level of care for our students and for right-sizing what has been wrong in our systems. I do want to remind us all that it took more than 300 years for us to practice the programming and the policies and the structures and the processes that have divided and miseducated many of our students. And so the transformation is not going to be overnight. The transformation is not going to be over 2 years or 5 years. Maybe it'll take 10. That's why we have Vision 2031. It's going to take a while. And as Director Peterson mentioned, that learning transfer, right? Transferring what you know to what you do is something that as human beings we're not quite expert at. So I just want to acknowledge that we are planting really, really amazing seeds here in Hopkins, and let's not give up hope. Let's use this information as leverage and as an opportunity to engage in the transformational work that we deeply believe in and that we want to engage in. I also want to acknowledge that we have many leaders who were not with us in spring 2020 when the leaders were interviewed and took the instrument. So we have some voices that were not able to contribute to the themes and the patterns. And one of our most audacious work streams in this district will be redefining student success metrics.
Yes.
If we continue to use standardized tests, which have a 4% predictive value, 4% predictive value, we know that the scores, we know that this information does not accurately or comprehensively tell us everything about what our students know, understand, and are capable of. And so in Hopkins, we said, you know what, then we have to redefine student success metrics. We have to identify the knowledge and the skills and the attributes and the dispositions that our Hopkins graduates will have when they graduate, and how do we measure those? What are good instruments to measure those important attributes that do, by the way, align with what colleges and employers are looking for, right? So we are doing good work in Hopkins, and I don't want people to, to be overly disappointed or upset. It's okay to be a little disappointed because we do have work to do, right? But let's use this as motivation to do the work. We have, you mentioned star teachers. We have star leaders in this district as well. We have leaders and teachers and staff who are going to change the world in Hopkins, and we're going to use your feedback to help us, and we're going to use our scholars' voices to help us as well. And so with the team that's coming on now to talk about redefining student success metrics, then, it's a good focus for us to, transition from the equity audit findings into what this work really requires of us.
Into phase 2. And I think that is totally true. Shift that focus a little bit, deal with application and practice, and help teachers be able to identify what it takes to do that. And we don't do that. We just throw them, get the thing, go do it now. But you need that piece. And if we can assist you, please let us know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your
Very
time and
Thank you.
expertise. So we'll move into our second agenda item, which is our World's Best Workforce hearing. I'll turn it back to Dr. Mary Peary-Reed.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Bouchard.
Oh, who's that?
Thanks to all of you. So we'll transition to our next topic then. The Striving for the World's Best Workforce bill was passed in 2013, actually to ensure that every school district in the state of Minnesota makes strides to increase student performance. So we have a team of leaders with us this evening, Director of Innovation, Design, and Learning, Ann Ertl, along with our Instructional Systems Data Scientist, Dr. Abby Holm, and Director of Resource Alignment, Stephanie Herrera, who will co-present updates for you board members and community members listening in on the status of the world's best workforce, achievement and integration, and the work that we have been engaging in and will continue to do around redefining student success metrics in Hopkins. So welcome, team, and we'll hand it over to you. Are you muted, Ann?
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Ann. Not sure if there's something on our end. Steve, we can't hear Ann Erdl.
No, we can't hear
Can't hear
Stephanie either, so it is definitely on our end.
Elise, does does it look like he's working on it? Okay,
Something happened.
thank you.
What the heck?
I wonder what's up with this system. Is there some kind of audio control, like I don't understand.
We wish we could hear you. We could tell you a story if you'd like, Ann, while you're waiting.
Shadow puppets.
I don't know if I want any of the stories that I'm thinking of right now on public record, so I will not be the storyteller.
We have to do this hearing this week? It's a legislative mandate.
I'm putting it off for a while, but we can,
I think because we posted it, but we could repost it.
they can also maybe do a truncated version if we can get this started in the next couple of minutes.
Can she hear us?
Seems like she
I
can.
think Ann can hear us.
Oh, yes.
Do you want to go to the next item on the agenda and then come back?
No, we're actually going to move the vaccine to the meeting.
Oh.
So we're hoping that this will get, we have to do it during the workshop. So we're hoping to get the sound up and running so we can accomplish that. So I don't want to get into another agenda item and then not be able to do this part during the workshop. but we might have to,
Well, it was a well-timed technical glitch.
I guess. Yeah, depending on how much time, we might have to shuffle around a little bit more.
Chair Bouchard, do we want to jumble the agenda while
Let-
Steve's working on that?
Let me just confer with Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Okay.
So the other thing is we could do World's Best Workforce during the meeting and do the vaccine part right now.
We could, since he's here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably not gonna, yeah, I mean, we could call him up here.
Because at this point, I don't know how much time we'll have to do, like with Q&A and everything.
I mean, why don't we let him in?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could,
Use the time?
I think we just do it and then do World's Best Workforce during the meeting.
Okay.
I don't want to jump back and forth. Dr. Lightfoot, could we welcome you to the table? Wonderful. We are going to move on to our vaccine policy update agenda item. And Dr. Mary Perry Reed, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard, and apologies to Director Ertl, Dr. Holm, and Director Herrera for the technical difficulties. We have Steve Warner, who is working on this issue and will hopefully get back to you shortly. We may have to move the World's Best Workforce and Achievement Integration to the first agenda item at the 7 o'clock meeting, but we'll give you an update shortly. So for this particular agenda item, board members, as you know, the U.S. Supreme Court recently blocked the implementation of OSHA Emergency Temporary Standard related to the required vaccination and testing program. So we wanted to have a brief conversation with you about next steps in light of this recent development. Dr. Lightfoot, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you here this evening. Just as Dr. Mary Perry Reed identified the update, as you are aware, the U.S. Supreme Court did uphold the stay. And as such, we were informed by Minnesota OSHA that they will not be enforcing the emergency temporary standard. They did, however, acknowledge that they still hold in high recommendation that organizations and employers do enact this as they feel that it is a strong safety measure in the workplace. So with that being said, we certainly note that the period of time that we have been operating in at the pace in which all of this new information comes at us, although it's brief, it is also very beneficial for us to take a look at. And knowing that while on the enactment of this at the January 4th, trying to get my dates right there, January 4th board meeting, when we did that, we did this enactment under the guise that we were looking at January 10th, that the need to have a policy in place would be in front of us. And so we did adopt the vaccination and testing policy to reflect the emergency temporary standard requirements. There are some parts of that in reflection is where we have been this past two-week period of time that have been very beneficial. We have been able to take and utilize the data that we have collected from staff in approximately a 1,200 to 1,300 employee workforce. We have over 950 respondents already to the collection of data, so we have a very good representation of individuals. We know from that brief set of data so far, mindful that it is not the complete data set, but that it does show for us that we have a very low unvaccinated population. Out of what we've collected, approximately 2% of what we've collected. So we aren't seeing large populations of individuals who have in the population that we have so far indicated that they are unvaccinated. What has also been helpful about this data in the past couple weeks is that, as you are aware of the Omicron surge, what it has allowed us to do is look at the incredible numbers that we're dealing with in our staff cases of positive rates, and look at those individuals who, when we have the positive notification and the vaccination status, and using that data to help us take a look at the landscape we're looking at. As of last Thursday, we were dealing with 99 positive staff cases. And the part that was more interesting to all of us was, as we were looking at that, when this policy was written, we were looking at those individuals who were unvaccinated following a more strict testing protocol. If you recall, that was very clear in the policy in the sections that we had a specific weekly testing protocol. And that weekly testing protocol that was outlined in the policy was burdensome to the organization in that it required weekly tests and all of the other additional follow-up information that we discussed. And in that section 7, which was COVID-19 testing, all of that was outlined. What we have learned this past couple weeks is that the results of what we know from our employee data is that approximately 60 to 70% of those that tested positive were actually vaccinated and boosted. So that landscape in the past couple weeks has changed when the original intent of the policy went out. What we have been seeing, and what I believe we would say in this fast-changing pace, worthwhile to amend, is that we have also been seeing the benefit of testing for all whenever there is a symptom. Whereas the original mandate was to look at testing for those that were unvaccinated, our data would highly suggest that it is in everyone's best interest to have as much testing as available when individuals display symptoms, so that we can get individuals to a place of knowledge that will help those around them by reducing exposure over periods of time. What that would do for us, if we were to amend the policy, is to allow us to more greatly utilize testing, not in a capacity of a few individuals once a week, but a broad range of testing for anyone who is interested for their own personal knowledge if they thought they were exposed, or they might have symptoms, or might have family members who might feel that they have been exposed. To have a wide opportunity for individuals testing is what our goal would be with a policy modification. So the update and the dialogue for the board is that what was originally in front of you 2 weeks ago has rapidly, pun intended, changed. And the way that we're looking at that testing protocol has changed also. So I open it up for dialogue for you, not for the specific language about that, what that would be, but for the concept of this policy is no longer required. There is some benefit in the data that we have collected because it's allowed us to adapt as an organization and to respond as an organization, and to be able to have a data set that might be beneficial in the future because we don't know where this will still go. I also appreciate the dialogue on the testing because I think that also helps us look at and think through our testing protocols as we look toward the future. So with that, I wanted that brief set of background for you, just to kind of get an idea of where the board might be going and on any conversations that would be helpful. What we would bring forward at the next February 8th meeting would be a policy modification that would take the board's discussion tonight into consideration and further conversation with the monitoring committee.
Thank you, Dr. Lightfoot, for your work on this policy. I know our COVID mitigation team as well, and our monitoring committee, I know, reviewed this policy again before bringing it forward this evening. The data-driven context, wondering if there are any questions or comments from my board colleagues.
Chair Bouchard, I do have a question.
Yes.
I am curious if the integration of the policy or the looming policy was met with backlash, or if there are negative feelings, or what are the feelings amongst the staff about this? So you said there was a very overwhelming response, which is nice to hear even prior to the beginning. And so I'm curious of what potential downfalls there'd be.
I would say there's always a range where, yes, we do have individuals who feel that that's a lot more information than they would really want to share. And being mindful of that, even on our form, we have opportunities for people to say, I really don't want to share this. So we have those experiences as well. And what we've heard from folks is that they've appreciated that, the ability to say this is information that I don't want to provide. We've had the thanks of people saying we're glad that we know this because it's helping us feel more safe in our work environment. And yes, we also have those that have said, I'm providing this, I really don't want to, but I am because I'm a person who's compliant and the board has said we need to do this, so I'm going to. So we've had the range. Do we have large percentages in any specific space? I would say our data supports that overwhelmingly people felt that this was information that it was important for us to know.
Thank you.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
I just wanted to reiterate that I am really grateful that we have the ability to have a more nuanced and robust discussion about this at the board table. I think the stay, that is one of the things it has afforded us. And so I'm grateful for that. I think that I'd like to hear more thoughts of my board colleagues around this, that this is still a recommended action that we take as a board. And Education Minnesota does support this, as do most that I've read about teachers' unions. So this is, to your point, Rachel, something that teachers are in support of. So just wondering about how we could talk. I'm interested in a board discussion around, we no longer have to have this policy, right? So what are the thoughts? What are the, yeah, I'm just interested in the discussion, especially in light of the value of testing, and that going back to maybe more of a tiered approach to COVID mitigation and really kind of wrapping around the other tools in our quote toolbox for this. Vaccination is one, but there's also masking and the fidelity in which that's being implemented across the district, and then also testing. I think we're seeing great value in that right now, and testing for everyone. So,
From my perspective, I'm definitely interested in keeping this policy in place in some shape or form. I think the reality of Omicron is that so many vaccinated and boosted people are contracting it, that testing has, I don't want to say an increased importance because testing's always been important, but it's one of those tools in our toolkit that we need to rely on a little bit heavier at this point in time. And so I definitely support the idea of expanding that testing possibility. I'm curious, so essentially, are we talking about the same number of tests? And I'm just going to cut to the chase. What I'm driving at is financial impact.
Yeah, we have approximately over 8,000 tests already procured in the rapid tests. So we have, as I've mentioned before, we have adequate testing opportunities for individuals that would like to receive tests. As you are aware, the White House and the Department of Education have also communicated with us that we can apply for additional free tests, which can be given to the district. So the accessibility of tests right now for those that want them within our district is an open opportunity. And so we have the resource right now to be able to commit to that and to be able to offer that for those that wish to access it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
Were you concerned about the cost of the test or administering them or administrative costs? What?
Yeah, I was thinking if we were going to take more of a tiered approach or expand the access to testing, that there could be a cost implication there. But Dr. Lightfoot answered my question on that.
It's
so.
a sunk cost.
Right, exactly.
We did. We took advantage of those grants that were earlier available so that we could utilize those for testing. as we think about, what that level of need might be into the future. That's a little bit of an unknown, but for right now, we sit very well situated, especially over these next couple months while we're looking at navigating what the Omicron experience has been within our district and beyond.
And Chair Bouchard and Vice Chair Andreessen, I guess I would be in favor of continuing the policy. I think we might be at risk, at some legal risk, if we don't. I mean, it would be creating an unsafe workplace, in my opinion. And, there's some concern about providing an unsafe workplace for our employees. So I think we should continue the policy.
Thank you. Other board member comments or questions on this policy?
I think too, when this was originally discussed, the testing was seen as an option for those of our employees and staff that felt that they weren't comfortable getting vaccinated. So is that something that I wonder as a board that we want to keep in place, as that is your option? So just that consideration, I think, too, is something that we now have the opportunity to discuss more robustly.
Within 3 minutes, yes,
Yes.
as robust as we can get. I would be supportive of that, of keeping that testing option there for members of our community who are not vaccinated, and expanding that testing option out to members of our Hopkins Schools community who are vaccinated.
What does that do to our ministerial work?
Well, the administerial work is really at the site level of really making sure that we have enough tests available for those that would come and want to access them. Part of the previous requirements, what they had they were much more labor intensive, and here it's now much more in the employees' hands of doing that in a way that gives them the information that they need when they're using the test to seek information about their symptoms and their status. So it really removes the administrative shift and gives it as more of an employee empowerment choice.
Right, I'm wondering too, if we keep this policy in place and testing is an option for those who either don't want to disclose their vaccination status or aren't comfortable becoming vaccinated, we still have the same administrative burden for that population. Is that correct? Or are we waiving?
If you kept the same requirements, and remember those emergency temporary standard requirements were that test had to be done in front of staff, that it had to be tracked, that there had to be the administrative component of working with those individuals. They had to verify that the negative status was present, and that if the negative status wasn't present, then they had to quarantine for that period of time. That was creating the administrative burden, and then also tracking those people who had specifically not responded and making sure that they also were testing. So that could have been hundreds more in this case that were being looked at. So that also would be contributing to an administrative burden if we didn't change that.
Okay.
Nick, what's the process by which someone can request a test?
You walk into the office and say, please give me a test.
The office of
Yep,
principal?
the nurse's office at the school have tests. Our HR office here centrally has the tests all available.
Okay, all right.
So given that we have just 2 minutes left before we need to begin our meeting, here's what I propose in terms of process, that this goes back to the monitoring committee. You work your magic, like you always do, in there, and then we bring it back to the board for a workshop discussion at our next meeting, and then we can also have it as an agenda item. Does that sound good in terms of process?
Fine.
Yes.
Okay, great. Our last agenda item, thank you, Dr. Lightfoot. Our last
Welcome.
agenda item for the workshop is going to be very brief. It's about the National School Boards Association Annual Conference, which is April 2nd through 4th. They are offering an in-person component. It will take place in San Diego, so they're offering an in-person component and an online component. This is not the official announcement of this because NSBA has asked us not to spread this news widely until March, but our Hopkins schools did receive an award from the National School Boards Association. Director Khan had the idea to apply for one of the Magna awards, and we received it for our Royal Reps and Royal Connections program. So there will be an award reception that happens at the conference. So with that information, I ask you to consider if you'd like to attend in person. We do have enough professional development funds that have been held over the past 2 years to be able to do that. So you let me and Elise know if you'd like to attend in person or virtually, and we will make that happen. Great. We are going to end the workshop. Let's take a 3-minute break. I'll see you back here at 7:03.
And
Doing well. My comment is related to the calendar for next year. First,
This is a test. Can you guys hear us up there?
(7:07 p.m.) Our first agenda item is open agenda. This is the time during our meetings when the board hears public comment from our community. We believe that hearing from you, our community members, is crucial for implementing Vision 2031. We have two options for public comment. Community members are welcome to join us here in the boardroom or leave a voicemail prior to the meeting. We did receive one voicemail this evening from Ellie Kretz, and Elise is going to play that for us now.
hi there, my name is Ellie Kretz. I have a daughter who is in the first. Hi there, my name is Ellie Kretz. I have a daughter who is in the first grade.
Put the mic closer.
I think
Oh,
that's the problem.
That's the. Here he comes.
I have a daughter who is in the first grade. Sorry I can't be there with you tonight. Too many close contacts, so I don't think it's really safe for me.
I know, it's always cold in here. I just stood with my hands underneath the heater for a while. It's all right.
Yes. I'm freezing.
Ellie Kretz. I have a daughter who is in first grade. Sorry I can't be there with you tonight. Too many close contacts, so I don't think it's really safe for me to come in person, expose you to all that. So I hope you are all staying well. My comment is related to the calendar for next year. First, I'd love to state that I'm happy there's no more late starts, which I found very disruptive. The whole day ended up being pretty much shot those days. I also love the strive for equity with the additional holidays. I guess that my concern is that we dropped to 166 days, which is less than what we were scheduled for this year. And that puts us only one day above the state minimum of 165 days. And if I compare that across districts that are close, so Minnetonka and St. Louis Park, Minnetonka specifically, over the course of one scholar's career with Hopkins, it ends up being 91 days less, which is about a half of a year less than the child is in school. I know with all the concerns of COVID and now with high school and middle school moving online, we keep saying that it's really important for these kids to be in school because kids are behind. And so I just would like us to rethink dropping those additional days this year. I'm okay if we can find somewhere else that aren't the equitable holidays, that's fine. But I just want to relook at the total number of days. And then finally, just as we kind of move forward long term, if we could look at consistency within schools, it would help if the middle schools and the elementary schools and the high schools all had similar days off. Right now it's pretty choppy, so if you have students in multiple, it's difficult to kind of manage as you think about childcare and time off. So thanks for all you do. Hope everyone is staying well and safe, and appreciate your time and efforts. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to our reports. We'll start with our student board representatives' reports. And who's starting this evening? Awesome. Oscar.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. So, as you all know, I was at the last meeting as well, but I came to this meeting because I really want to be present for the vote on the new calendar. So not too much has changed within the last 2 weeks, except for one big thing, and that is, of course, that we're now online. So I think that there's quite a sense of relief for students who were already online due to COVID. They're not desperately emailing their teachers anymore, trying to figure out what in the world is happening in their classes. They can just log on to the Google Meet with everybody else and just have a relatively normal experience. And I think that there's also a sense of relief for students who were in person. Number one, because they're no longer afraid of getting COVID in school. And number two, they're no longer in what kind of became like a not really knowing what's going to happen, kind of chaotic environment just because of the constant changes and huge absences. But in addition to the sense of relief that I think a lot of students are feeling, there's definitely a fear of a repeat of the beginning of the pandemic. We all remember being told that we're just going on break for 2 weeks, and 2 years later, and here we are. So the immediate impact is that students are relieved, but there's definitely a fear that this week of online learning is not actually going to be a week. And I think my one recommendation would be exactly the same as last time, continuing to have direct, open communication with students. And I would like to quickly commend the administration on doing just that, because after the communication went out to caretakers, it was forwarded by Principal Ballard to students just a few minutes after. So I thought that that was really good, and I'd like to see that trend continue.
Wonderful. Thanks, Oscar. Any questions or comments?
I have one question. Oscar, does it seem like it's today Tuesday, in the Google Meets from today, that there was nearly what felt like 100% attendance, virtual attendance?
I felt that there was pretty high attendance, actually, in most of my classes. Higher than it was in actual school, for sure.
Okay. What about for you in your classes?
I would say the same. I would say there was definitely not full attendance or the attendance that you would maybe hope for as an administrator especially, but there was reasonable attendance.
Okay, thank you.
And I would say that it's the end of term 2 at the high school, or coming up on the end of term 2. So that's where this 3-day online school adventure falls, which I think for a lot of students, I mean, it's a welcome break, like Oscar said, from this land of limbo that a lot of people have been living in of, are we going online, are we not? I would say, I lost my train of thought. I would say there is obviously a lot of strong feelings about moving online. I think that a lot of people are, I mean, relieved to not have the effort of being in person, but we're also, by going online, inevitably, especially with such a quick transition, we're inevitably leaving people behind. And I would say that I applaud the district for doing this in a really what felt like a planned way compared to other instances where we've gone online, such as directly before Thanksgiving break, where this was a couple days notice before. So teachers and students are all planning on this and counting on this. But I mean, we're definitely still, we're leaving people behind, and we're leaving behind the people who need the support the most at the end of this term. So it's a balancing act, and I think that the right decision was made, but I think it's a difficult decision. And I think that the administration will need to continue to work with scholars, especially the scholars who are most in need at this time. On a lighter note, it's the end of college application season for a lot of seniors. I know I sent off my last application Wednesday, ? I'm a little late maybe, but early action decisions, early decisions are already in. They've been in for a while. Early action 2 decisions are trickling in slowly. So it's an exciting time for a lot of seniors, and time with a lot less stress, which is definitely contributing to, I would say, good attendance, but also a sense of apathy among seniors, which is inevitable, I would say. That's about it.
Thank you, Parker. You were talking about students who are left behind when we pivot to an online format. What types of supports do you see as being most useful during this particular time? Because I think that throughout the pandemic, our structural response and our system responses had to change, right? Depending on like what is actually going on in the moment. And so what are you seeing right now that would be most useful?
I mean, first and foremost, I would say that the most important thing any teacher can do, any administrator can do, is work with students individually. I mean, just sitting down and having those conversations is just like it is in person. It's a very reliable method to get people who are falling behind to work with them and help them catch up, so to speak. It's also, that's not something that works as well online, obviously. And so the conversations that are difficult to have in person become impossible when you're a teacher and you have to reach out to this many students, but you can count on almost all of them just not seeing it or ignoring you. And so from a teacher's perspective, I know that online learning, obviously, insanely difficult. And from a student's perspective, I would say there is less of a pressure, especially on students who are already not so into school, like students who under the current system are not overachieving students, you could say, that those people feel more able to just kind of coast through. And teachers then are less able to deal with that. And I mean, it's just kind of this spiral of it's difficult and I don't care and I might as well just not do anything. That's the cause of a lot of problems with online school. So I think that, yeah, to combat it, it's one-on-one discussions, and it's coordinating this stuff in the first place before we go online. And so that's where I'd say, again, nice job that we had prior warning this time, that we knew what was going to happen, because it enabled teachers to work with their students to really plan for this time, and so that it really feels coordinated from a student perspective.
Thank you.
Chair
That's
Bouchard.
really insightful. Yeah, Oscar.
It is worth noting that students were able to come into school today if they wanted extra support. And also, in every single one of my online classes, students were able to stay afterwards and get help from their teacher if they wanted it. So I don't think that the problem is a lack of available help. If students are seeking it out, they can get it. I think that the problem is students who are not seeking out extra help, because it's much harder for teachers to identify who needs it. So that's where I see who's really getting left behind, as Parker was saying.
Makes sense. Thank you both.
I have a question. So as you said, Oscar, we did provide the option for students to come in. So we had about maybe 25 kids at West, about 50 at North, and a few more than that at the high school. My question is, do you perceive that there is any kind of peer level pressure to not come in? Like, is there a stigma around coming in because you feel that in-person experience really is best for your learning? I'm just curious about that.
I think that there might be some, truthfully. I think that whatever everybody does is what everybody's going to follow, just sort of the bandwagon effect. I think that there probably is, truthfully.
Okay.
I agree with Oscar. I think that stigma is maybe the wrong word, but there's a lot of pressure that you feel as a student of people around me are doing this, so I should also do this, even if it's not necessarily the best thing. And I know it's not necessarily the best thing for me.
Thank you.
And I mean, there's always that aspect of I'm anxious to be the lone person that I know doing this. And that's a big thing with these, like, you can come into school if you need the support, if you feel like you should be there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you both. Next, we'll move to our superintendent's report with Dr. Mary Peary-Reed.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Bouchard, and it's always really wonderful to hear from our student board reps. Thank you for sharing so candidly. So, as our students mentioned, we have shifted to just a very, very temporary period of online learning for our secondary students. I just want to thank and commend all of the leaders, teacher leaders, leader leaders who were involved last week in the marathon of meetings to make the determinations for what we needed to do for our students and then figure out how to operationalize. So I'm very grateful for the all hands on deck # true team approach that we consistently take in Hopkins. A few mitigation updates. So as you know, we did move to a 5-day quarantine for staff in line with CDC and MDH supported recommendations. Oops. Oh. And then effective today, we did something similar for students. Now, for any students who do test positive, then we are adhering to the 10-day quarantine. And, I really wanted to solidify my own understanding around that, and it really is in line with CDC thinking, but Dr. Lightfoot and the mitigation team talked about our students are not either for developmental reasons, or they don't have those strong habits around wearing their mask with fidelity for that, last 5 days, as we think our staff will be able to do that really well. And so we do want to, just continue to mitigate effectively in Hopkins, and we felt that nuance in our quarantine reduction at the student level was appropriate. So scholars who are close contacts and are not fully vaccinated, then we do need them to quarantine for at least 5 days. And then we did talk at the workshop this morning about our desire to continue requesting staff vaccination status, and of course providing testing opportunities for unvaccinated staff or staff experiencing symptoms. And of course we would continue engaging with our school board around the policy that may support the best practices in that area. I think many of you already know about these accolades, but just another congratulations to our school board treasurer, Steve Adams, who was honored with the 2022 Minnesota State School Board Association All-State Award. And a few of us were able to go to the luncheon where most people were wearing masks. Would you say?
And I would just like to note, I took mine off for about 5 minutes for photos.
Just 5 minutes, actually less than 5 minutes. That photo took about 45 seconds. So it was a really lovely luncheon, and also our vice chair, Shannon Andreessen, has won the Director's Award. I think I called it by the wrong name in the Friday update.
Yes.
The Rising,
Rising
apologies.
Star. She's from Elk River, I think.
Okay, well, you are a rising star, and you won the Director's Award, so congratulations to you. And then our Chair Bouchard has mentioned that the Hopkins School District received the Silver Magna Award from the National School Board Association, which recognizes our Royal Reps and Royal Connections programs. So really lots to be proud of, and we love putting Hopkins on the special awards map in the state of Minnesota. And a really special district highlight, you may have heard that our very own Paris Timmons was a recipient of a Hopkins Education Foundation grant and founded the Beautiful Education program in partnership with with the owner of 369 Studios, a hair salon. And so we will have a cohort of students who will not only be learning skills around hair care, but developing their entrepreneur and business skills as they think about launching their own business one day. So congrats to that whole team on that work. A couple of scholar highlights. We have, if you think about all of our junior high and high school athletes who are involved in all of our athletics programs, I think it's really amazing how they're able to, I don't know what's happening with the technology here, how they're able to balance everything that they do, right? The academics with these amazing accomplishments on the athletic front. But our Hopkins Gymnastics team is ranked 4th in Class AA, and then our Royals dance team placed 2nd at the Lake Conference kick competition. So congratulations to those scholar athletes. And I did want to highlight our innovation, design, and learning team. This is a really incredible team. Not only are they supporting teaching and learning and assessment in all of our schools, they built and are supporting virtual EDU and professional development district-wide, but they have been looking at their calendars to maintain only the most critical meetings so that they can all be deployed to our schools during this time where the staff vacancies have been so high. And, there have been other people also deploying themselves to schools, but this team has really been on it in terms of partnering with principals and teaching classes, substituting when we cannot find the subs. So I just wanted to provide a department spotlight to that amazing team. And then, of course, we'll just end with a quick note around our system goal progress. The reason I do this is just to remind our school board members and our community members that we do have 6 system level goals, and one of them is focused on operations, how we will have teams that identify system gaps or flaws that prevent our staff from doing their best work. So I just want to credit the IT department with our technology integration specialists who have really helped us be truly nimble when it comes to pivoting a classroom or a school. We could not do this pivoting work without our IT department, and you'll see the head of the IT department back in the space, John Wetter, who's done a really great job leading that department this year, and our technology integration specialists who support all of our classroom teachers, whether it's pivoting an elementary classroom to distance learning or pivoting a whole secondary school to distance learning. There's a lot of technology support that goes into operationalizing that pivot, so I'm very grateful to all of the thinkers and the leaders that identify all of those details that we have to think about, as well as the folks who help us operationalize. So thanks very much, John, to you and your team. And Nick and Stephanie and Ann, and there are a few others who, they are instrumental in helping us make those decisions around pivoting. So, I just am very thankful for the thinkers and leaders that we have who work together to operationalize what will be best for our students. And that is it for the superintendent report this evening.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Dr. Mary Perry Reed?
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
I just had a quick question about this most recent pivot to online learning. I was wondering, were we able to provide, like we did the first time we went to remote learning, high-speed or Wi-Fi access hotspots to scholars that need it?
Yes,
Oh,
we
great.
made that, we provided specific language in the messages that went out to families and staff. And I don't know how many families contacted your department, but we made a specific mention of it, and we have been, for the last 2 years, been in the practice of providing hotspots to families who need it.
Great.
So I don't know, do you know how many total hotspots have been provided, John?
This week, not too many, actually. Maybe a couple dozen this week. So,
Couple dozen this week?
yeah, just this week. Yeah.
Okay. Over the last couple of years, what do you think the approximate number has been?
Well, we have about 240 in our inventory, and at one point we have almost hit that number.
Okay, 240 in the inventory, and nearly all of them distributed to families. Okay,
Great.
does that
Thank
answer
you.
your question?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
it does. Thanks.
Great. Well, next I would look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, I would look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved?
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
I
I'm
have,
just kidding.
you almost tricked me there.
You are out of order.
Is there a second from someone else?
A second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, we'll move to our treasurer's report with Treasurer Adams.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. Expenses of note for this period were $4,000 for classroom furniture at Gatewood Elementary, $12,441 for boys hockey ice time at the Hopkins Pavilion. They practice at the Hopkins Pavilion, the girls practice at the Minnetonka Ice Arena, and so we pay for ice time at both of those. We had numerous payments for officials at basketball and hockey games, gymnastic and swim meets, and wrestling matches. So our athletic agenda continues to play out. Again, this month, we're paying for psychological counselors at non-public schools within the district, as we are required by the state. It was $1,300 this time for a 2-week period. $200 for a guest speaker in our health sciences classes to speak on nicotine, vaping, and smoking-related illnesses, which continues to be a problem among our youth. Just as an indication of our energy usage, we paid $69,820 for natural gas for November, expended $36,000 for data backup software, which is reassuring, and $600 to the Virginia area ski team for the Martin Luther King ski meet yesterday. So I didn't know there was such a thing, but apparently there is. And we paid for both the girls and boys team. I don't know if it was alpine or cross country, but at any rate, sounds like a good way to spend a Monday afternoon. So with that, I move that we approve total disbursements in the amount of $3,240,292.89 for the period from December 29, 2021 through January 11, 2022.
I have a motion to approve the treasurer's report. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the treasurer's report. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, we'll move into new business. Our first agenda item under that category is our World's Best Workforce hearing, and I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. So we had to do a small agenda switch as a result of our technology issue earlier. So I am welcoming back this team, and I had mentioned in the framing that in 2013, the state passed a bill to ensure that every school district makes strides toward improved student performance, and the bill is called Striving for the World's Best Workforce. So every district does pay attention to their strategic plan and their strategies and efforts toward improving programs, systems, and practices that result in improved student performance. So I do have a team of leaders with us this evening, our Director of Innovation, Design, and Learning, Ann Ertl, our Instructional Systems Data Scientist, Dr. Abby Holm, and our Director of Resource Alignment and School Transformation, Stephanie Herrera, to present updates to you, board members, and any community members listening in on the status of the world's best workforce, achievement and integration, and of course our work that I mentioned is so important earlier around redefining scholar success metrics, which I think is a perfect segue from our equity audit findings from earlier. So it looks like Director Ertl, you'll be going first, and thank you for being here. If there are other members of the team, if you could introduce them for me. I apologize for missing their names. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry Reed, and board members. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, we're doing better. That's great. Okay. So we do have Pam Carmen and Sarah Chauvin as well on the call in case there are questions that are specific to some of the information that we're going to be sharing. But the bulk of the presentation will be Director Herrera, Dr. Holm, and I. So as Dr. Mary Perry Reed said, we present every year on the world's best workforce, and what was unique last year, which was my first year doing it, was that we actually didn't have very much assessment data at all, thanks to COVID. This year, we do have more data than we did last year. However, the impacts of COVID are still ever present in the data, and we'll go into some detail around that. So World's Best Workforce is a requirement, but as Dr. Mary Perry Reed said, we are working toward aligning our success metrics with Vision 2031. And in doing so, the goals that we can set for our Hopkins scholars in alignment with World's Best Workforce can more accurately reflect the scholar success metrics that we hope to engender in our students. Elise, go ahead and switch slides. Thank you so much. So this is the Hopkins Promise, and I think it's important to just remind ourselves of the promise that we are making to our students and to our community. Hopkins promises an educational experience for students ages 0 to 21 that prepares them to succeed in our increasingly complex, rapidly changing world. Our students are recognized as global scholars who work collaboratively, disrupt the status quo, and solve some of the world's most complex problems. They are the best and brightest citizens of tomorrow. Together, we are creating a better world by inspiring each student to reach their full potential. So we are going to, Director Herrera and I are going to be just sharing a brief overview of World's Best Workforce and Achievement and Integration. Go ahead, Elise, to the next slide. So the World's Best Workforce Plan is a one-year plan, and the important part about it is that it really is about strategic planning and teaching and learning support.
Thank you, Anne, and good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me as well?
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
So as Anne was talking about the World's Best Workforce, that's a one-year plan, and the Achievement and Integration Plan is a 3-year plan. So we're sharing on the progress from 2021, and the purpose of the Achievement and Integration Plan is it's a program to pursue racial and economic integration, increase student achievement, create equitable educational opportunities, and reduce academic disparities. And when we look at A&I and the World's Best Workforce, it's aligned in 2 key areas of the goals. Elise, if you go to the next slide, please.
So this is just a graphic representing where the Achievement and Integration and World's Best Workforce overlap.
So the 3 overarching goals of achievement and integration is integration of race and economics, diverse teachers, and academic achievement.
And the World's Best Workforce goals are Goal 1, all students ready for school. Goal 2, all students in 3rd grade achieving grade level literacy. Goal 3, close the achievement gaps between student groups. Goal 4, all students are career and college ready by graduation. And Goal 5, all students graduate. And you can see that achievement and integration strategies are also intentionally aligned to support those goals.
Next slide, Elise. And I apologize, I think we have a little bit of a delay with this when the slides are moving, so we will try to be adaptable to it. So this next slide here is talking about the Hopkins system goals, and as Anne was alluding to, we've been very intentional about aligning the work of all of our programs and ensuring that we're measuring progress in alignment with our Hopkins system goals. So the bold words that are in each of these goal areas are also calling out the segments that are aligned to ANI and also the world's best workforce. So within our learning goal, activating literate, critically conscious behaviors. Within our culture goal, our staff will reflect our student demographics. Within our equity goal, we're identifying, interrupting, and acting against disproportionality. Within our innovation goal, we're deeply understanding important problems and identifying solutions. Empathy goal, balancing power and sharing authentic voice. And our operational goal, where we're addressing system gaps. Next slide, please, Elise.
So as we will be hearing from Dr. Holm toward the end of our presentation, systemically, those 6 goals that Director Herrera just referenced are what should be guiding our world's best workforce plan, and then in turn, all of the accountability plans that we report on to MDE each year should feed into the world's best workforce. So we've been really intentional about the way that our goals are written to make sure that they encompass each of those different types of plans so that we can make sure that we are fully aligned and have all of our work streams pointing toward those 6 system goals. Go ahead, Elise, to the next slide.
So the first overarching area that we'll look at is increasing racial and economic integration. Next slide, please, Elise. And the first data point that we want to just highlight is in reference to our open enrollment numbers. And so for the school year of 2021, this table shows by school the open enrolled students that we've had that are students of color and our open enrolled students that are white. And then that final column there also represents, of those open enrolled students at each school, the percentage of them that also qualify for free and reduced price lunch. Some of our ANI support strategies related to integration are our Equity Options Busing program and our Edina Hop partnership, which is the Ready Set Kindergarten program and our AVID program. Next slide, please. The next overarching area is reducing disparities and equitable access to effective and more diverse teachers among all students. And so this table here is showing each of our schools broken down and then also comparing Hopkins as a district to the statewide data. So the first column is identifying the percentage of free and reduced, of students that qualify for free and reduced price lunch. And then our experienced teachers, which 3+ years is how that's being referenced. The percent of courses taught by licensed teachers, and then the percentage of our teachers with advanced degrees. And so when you compare Hopkins side by side with the statewide percentages, you have a picture of what that looks like. Next slide, please. This next slide identifies, again, school by school and then Hopkins compared to the statewide data. So this is a representation of our percentage of students of color and our percentage of white students enrolled at each of our school sites and our percent of licensed staff of color, as well as our percent of licensed white staff. Next slide, please. So just to highlight some of the data, I know we moved a little bit quickly through those tables, but to highlight the data, our Hopkins teachers have a higher rate of licensure than the state of Minnesota. Our Hopkins teachers have higher percentages of teachers with master's degrees or doctorates. In Hopkins, we have the same percentage of experienced teachers as the state as a whole. With our most recent hiring efforts, 31% as of the fall of 2021 were staff of color compared to 27.5% in the fall of 2020. And that overall, there's been a 2% increase in teachers of color when we look at the fall of 2021 compared to the fall of 2020. Some of our current A&I support strategies that are in place to support these efforts is our Teaching Intern Recruitment, Development, and Retention Program, our Equity and Inclusion Coordinator and Professional Development Programming, and then also it supported the equity audit that you were able to hear about earlier today during the workshop. Next slide, please. The next overarching area is with academic achievement and specifically reducing the disparities that are seen in academic achievement. And I'll go ahead and turn that over to you now, Anne, if we can go to the next slide.
Okay, thank you. So these are, the next series of slides are going to talk about the world's best workforce goals. The first world's best workforce goal is all students are ready for school. And our local goal related to that was 80% of students in the Hopkins pre-K program will be rated proficient on the spring work sampling system in the personal and social development domain. And you can see the connection there with our learning goal. So just as for context, Hopkins preschools are based on the Reggio Emilia pedagogical model, which is a student-centered and constructivist curriculum that uses curiosity-driven and experiential learning in relationship-focused environments. So that is the connection to our learning goal in the area of restorative practices and inquiry-driven learning. So each kaleidoscope child is assessed using something called the work sampling system in the beginning and the end of the program to determine progress. Go ahead to the next slide. So this is the first example of a negative impact in terms of COVID. The impact of COVID is that we had a lot fewer students participating than we had in previous years, and so we did not make our goal. Additionally, there was a lot of transition in and out of classrooms over the course of the goal, and that led to the data that was collected not being as accurate as we would have liked. So additionally, in general, all year long, we had fewer students in class. Go ahead to the next slide. So in terms of change ideas that will continue to support this early childhood or preschool goal, all early childhood staff will experience restorative circles as a means of expressing connection with a goal of staff seeing parallels to student voice, identity, and community value in classroom. So building that restorative culture with staff and students will specifically support students working in the area of social and emotional skills that are necessary for school success. Building on those skills are essential for K-12 success, and it's for that reason that we will continue to focus on that personal and social development as goal areas, which are even more critical given our pandemic context. You can go to the next slide, please. So World's Best Workforce Goals 2 and 3 are both related to reading MCA scores. So I'm going to talk about them sort of in tandem. The World's Best Workforce Goal number 2 is all students read well by 3rd grade. And our local goal was around increasing grade 3 reading proficiency on the MCA by 2 points, 2 percentage points. And you can see how that is related to our learning goal in terms of activating literate, critically conscious behavior. Goal number 3 is around achievement gaps, and this is a shared goal with A&I. So all racial and economic achievement gaps are closed, and our local goal, again related to our reading proficiency, was that the MCA reading proficiency gap between white students and students of color will decrease by 5 percentage points. And that is related to our equity goal on the right. You can go to the next slide, please. So again, the effects of COVID are really clear here. We did not meet our goal. In 2021, we had 50% of third graders proficient on the MCA reading, which is a drop from 2019, when we were at 55%. And again, we don't have data from 2020. We should contextualize all of this data with MDE's warning for us that the 2021 school year presented many extenuating circumstances due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we do need to have special consideration in reporting and analyzing the assessment results. This is a graph showing our Hopkins results in conjunction with the state. So the Hopkins result is in the green and statewide is on the blue. So you can see that statewide, the trend was down with Hopkins hovering above that state average. I wanted to show some data around participation because Director Adams had some questions about that at a previous board table. And so you can see here, again, the blue line is the statewide line and the green line is Hopkins. So overall, Hopkins does have a lower participation in reading MCA and that trend has really increased since 2019. And similarly, our math participation is the same. The next slide will show some comparison data with other districts. So if you look at the left is math and the right is reading, you can see that our participation is significantly lower than some of our neighbors and higher than Minneapolis.
Anne?
Yes.
Does this include all of the tested grades or just third grade?
This would actually include all of the tested grades. So this is an overall average for all of those assessed grades. Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
So I think it's important to point out here that really using standardized tests to measure outcomes is problematic in so many ways. Not only does it entrench deficit thinking, but the current assessment really isn't, it doesn't allow for us, or it's not designed to hold ourselves and our systems accountable for growth, because this doesn't accurately measure growth. This is, as students and caregivers continue to choose not to participate in these kinds of assessments, they become sort of less and less meaningful in terms of helping us understand really where our students are so that we can personalize their learning and really ensure that they are growing. And this is just one of the reasons that recalibrating our student success metrics is so important. If you go to the next slide. So again, similarly, reading participation was lower. And so while we did decrease our gap between our students of color and our white students, it was not a large enough decrease to meet the goal that we had set. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So as you know, we are working toward personalized learning and also ensuring that we are acting out against disproportionality in terms of race, income, and language, and biased achievement tracking. So here are some of the things that our elementary schools are utilizing in order to support students in growth. We have district-funded coaches and paras that are focused on implementing personalized learning by using things like learning progressions and pathways and student learning profiles. We have a district-funded LETTERS cohort. LETTERS is a very robust professional learning system around that's based in the science of reading instruction. And we have both trainers and coaches participating in that training. Related to letters, we also have Lexia Core 5 reading throughout all of our elementary buildings in order to support tiers 1 and 2 development of literacy skills in small groups and in blended learning. And also our Center for Collaborative Classroom and SIPS materials to support those higher levels of intervention. And then finally, we are systematizing our collection of math and literacy data using our FAST system, which will give us more on-time, instructionally relevant data so that we can map out growth plans for each of our students. Our fourth goal is around college and career readiness. And the local Hopkins goal was that the percentage of students in grade 11 at Hopkins High School who meet or exceed a composite score of 21 on the April school administration of the ACT will increase from 58% in 2016 to 62% in 2021. You can go to the next slide. So unfortunately, this is a goal that we did not meet, with only 71% of Hopkins high schoolers participating in that school day administration of the ACT. They had to come in from online learning in order to test. Ironically, we were one of the only districts in the metro area that had 2020 ACT data, because we administered that assessment so early that year. But we did experience a dip in 2021, perhaps because of that participation rate. This is another slide related to the ACT data that gives you some of the racial background, or excuse me, racial breakdown of those scores. So in order to ensure that 100% of Hopkins graduates will be placed at their higher education of choice, participate in an intentional gap year, or be their preferred employer's #1 choice, we have some change ideas in terms of goal setting. One of the things that we are doing is collecting more data on engagement from students through Youth Truth and Panorama. And we're thinking of this more as street data. So if the ACT is sort of high level satellite data, we want to know more about how our students are viewing their own engagement with the content that they are learning at Hopkins High School through these other measurements that Abby's going to talk about a little bit later. And then we are also expanding some student leadership roles like Royal Reps and HHS Responds to help us do some of those things that we are hearing from our students around revising and updating some of our curricular and pedagogical approaches.
So let's talk about some of that street data. So one thing that we've done since 2019 is collect data from our Youth Truth Survey. And so this allows our students, particularly in our secondary schools, to respond on things like engagement or their relationships in their schools. So I'm going to orient you to a couple of things here. This is a report on our engagement summary from 2019 to 2021. And what we can see here is that we've improved with engagement. So on average, our district, our kids are supporting that students are perceiving themselves as more engaged with their school and with their education. Now, another thing to notice here is that the graph shows, okay, what is the change from 2019 to 2021? It also shows our percentiles. So you can see we're in the 14th percentile now, and we were previously in a lower percentile. Next slide. Now, the percentiles are looking a little better when we look at relationship summaries. So again, we improved in the degree to which students reported they received support and attention from their teachers. You can see we made a pretty big jump here, and we're in the 58th percentile now. So despite all the adversities we've faced since 2019, we've seen growth in how our students rate their relationships and their engagement. Next slide. And then finally, we can look at student leadership. We see a jump again here. So between April 2019 and May 2021, we see that more students are saying, yep, I speak up about school issues to make my school a better place. Now, there's one thing to note here. We did have a slightly less engagement in the Youth Truth Survey in 2021 than we did in 2019. So that could be a factor, but really across the board, we saw growth in nearly all of our Youth Truth measures. Next slide.
Thanks, Abby. So the last World's Best Workforce goal is all students will graduate from high school, and our local goal was 90% of all students will graduate from Hopkins High School in 4 years. Next slide, please. And this is a goal that we met, and you can again see the trend compared to the state, Hopkins in the green. So in 2020, we did reach our goal of 93.4% of Hopkins Senior High 12th graders graduating, which is a nice upward trend. Breaking that information down by race, we saw that all groups improved with the exception of our Black or African American males. And so what is incumbent then upon us is to take, again, what this graduation rate or satellite data is telling us and really drill down to collect further types of data to really deeply understand what is happening with that particular subgroup so that we can make improvements that are relevant and are really specifically targeting helping those scholars. Go ahead to the next slide. Some of the change ideas that we are working through our more robust credit recovery program that is actually currently being co-designed with students in conjunction with Hopkins High School administration and IDL staff. Establishing and further supporting uniform grading practices, and then also providing more robust mental health supports. So with that information in the back of our mind as we're thinking about what it is that we want to know about our students in terms of their growth and their how we want to redefine their success, Dr. Holm is going to talk about the future of accountability in terms of the Hopkins student success metrics.
Thanks, Director Erdahl. So as you probably gleaned from the presentation so far, many of our current measures of success are standardized tests, and that's not unlike other districts. But while standardized tests are common metrics of success, there's good reason to consider what role these metrics should play in our system. Like Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned earlier, there's a 4% predictive factor with standardized tests. So another thing to consider is that many standardized tests were created by eugenicists. So the SAT, for example, was created by a eugenicist. Their origins are also quite outdated and rooted in racism. So these tests disadvantage our scholars of color and our scholars from low-income communities in particular. So that brings us to the work we've undertaken in our district to think about a new system. Next slide. So as a district, we began this journey of reevaluating our scholar success metrics in fall of 2018. There was a task force that evaluated our current system, and they recommended that we reimagine what we consider to be academic or educational success. 2 years later, I took on the role of data scientist and co-led another community-based
broad-based task force to direct how we might reevaluate student success metrics. In this task force, we discussed our current measures of success. Some were more Vision 2031 centric than others. We discussed that some of these metrics should stay, some should go, but ultimately we want our metrics to be guided by the 2031 graduate traits. We also heard from this group that we wanted interdisciplinary, growth-based metrics that reflected the whole child, not just a test score. So at the end of that 6-week task force, we developed a problem statement. Go to the next slide. So that problem statement is that our traditional metrics of success harm historically marginalized populations in Hopkins by inaccurately displaying student growth, closing off academic opportunities, and damaging self-concept of our scholars. Moreover, these metrics are not broad enough to reflect all that comprises the Vision 2031 student, and thus will be insufficient in helping us reach our goals. We will challenge the root causes of this problem: comfort with the status quo, bias, focus on comparison, competition, perfectionism, racism, and classism. We will create a new metric to better gauge students' growth and learning and more definitively represent the broad diversity and quality of our students as they strive towards the realm of universities and employment. Next slide. So the task force provided the following recommendations. The first is that while we agree that a new system was needed, we were unsure as to what that system was. So our task force recommended exploring alternative metrics of success and some of those associated learning models. So you might think about IB as an example of a learning model and a system for success metrics. We suggest collecting data on people's perceptions of the current metrics and hearing from our students directly on what they liked or disliked about the way that their success is currently evaluated. Our second recommendation is to align scholar success metrics across the entire Hopkins School District, starting at early childhood and ending in high school or transition plus. We heard from parents, teachers, and students that it can be stressful for students to pivot from one grading system to the next, and then implementing a new set of success metrics will come with stress too. So we thought, okay, how can we do this creatively and thoughtfully to best serve our scholars? Finally, our third recommendation is that regardless of what any grading system looks like, we recommend that Hopkins implement a strength-based portfolio system that captures the whole child in their strengths and contributions inside and outside of the classroom. We also recommend that Hopkins solicit feedback from families, staff, employers, colleges, and students when designing these portfolios and the success metrics as a whole. We can go to the next slide. So those recommendations bring us to the end of 2021. And now we'll talk about the work we've done since then. So coming full circle with our work today, we've discussed alignment internally. The goals of world's best workforce can steer some of the metrics we might implement. So for example, if we think about all students being college and career ready, right now we use AP scores, ACT data to evaluate the goal. But what if we measured it differently? What do colleges and employers look for in graduates? Can we measure that? Can we think differently about what that world's best workforce goal looks like? Next slide. In addition to aligning our goals and programs to leverage the student success metrics work, we have a plan rooted in the lab operating system that can operate in tandem with the world's best workforce goals. So what does that look like? Well, we propose spending the next couple of months to begin what we call a listening journey. So we start with empathize to understand. We want to interview scholars, caregivers, staff members, teachers, paras, college admissions counselors, career recruiters about the current measures of success. Maybe we ask a Hopkins student, what do you think about the measures? How do you feel about the MCAs? How do you feel about the ACT? And then we can ask, okay, what is a successful student in the eyes of you? What is a successful student in the eyes of a college admissions officer, in a parent, in a staff member? After this listening journey, we're going to have a ton of qualitative data. So we'll have all the transcripts that we've used and gathered from these interviews. So then we propose, after collecting all of this data, bringing in a group of stakeholders to identify the root causes. What did we hear from all of these people? What has stuck? What could success metrics look like in Hopkins? From there, we can co-design new student success metrics in the summer and fall. Maybe it's a quarterly grad traits check-in. Maybe it's a senior competency project. The important thing with this step is to bring in the stakeholders we spoke to in the spring 2022 listening journey and design new metrics with the people closest to the issue, with the scholars, with the families, with our community members. And from there, we can move. So we'll pilot new success metrics little by little, starting in fall of 2022. Of course, that doesn't mean we uproot our entire system in the fall. Rather, we'll try some of the co-designed solutions, monitor their impact on our system, our scholars, and our community, with the hope that these new metrics built by our community and our research will bring us closer to Vision 2031. So that's kind of the work we have ahead of us. You can go to the next slide and we'll answer questions about the presentation as a whole.
Thank you very much to the team. You just did a wonderful job of helping us understand the alignment between achievement and integration, world's best workforce, and Vision 2031, and then providing us a hopeful outlook for the future of how we are measuring student success in a way that's truly meaningful and advances our Vision 2031 goals. You know, standardized testing is, it's a topic I talk about a lot. I've talked about it at this board table, and this idea that, you know, we need to have ways of holding ourselves accountable as systems. But one of the major ways that we've upheld systemic racism in public education is by making standardized tests the measure by which we hold ourselves accountable as systems. So essentially, we're using these tools that are rooted in racism to measure what we've decided to call the achievement or the opportunity gap. And there's a lot of research out there that shows that presenting this data over and over and over and talking about the achievement gap and the opportunity gap, it's harmful psychologically to many of our scholars of color. So we basically created this self-perpetuating system that all hinges on standardized testing. And I think you did a wonderful job of articulating that during the presentation and giving the reasons why we need to break out of this cycle, because as Dr. Mary Perry Reed alluded to earlier, I think it was during the workshop, what standardized tests are measuring, it's not useful information when we think about what colleges are looking for, what employers are looking for, and for me, most importantly, really what our society needs in terms of thinkers and doers. And when we think about the students that we're cultivating here in Hopkins, all of them deserve so much better than what standardized tests have to offer. So I think this really intentional way of designing more holistic metrics and applying them and using the lab operating system to iterate is really exciting work. It's groundbreaking work, and it's incredibly necessary work here in Hopkins. So I will step off my soapbox, but I have never been so excited by a world's best workforce presentation before, because I feel like we're finally getting somewhere and breaking out of this standardized testing trap. So thank you.
Chair Bouchard.
Yes.
Can I step onto that soapbox?
Please, yes.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and I agree with Chair Bouchard that standardized testing is the bane of public education these days. And one of the things that I've been looking at since I've been on the board is who does well on standardized tests. And there's a gentleman from Boise State, William Parrott, that's done a lot of research on that. And how do you break out as a school or a school district to do well on those standardized tests? And what he discovered was that the biggest correlation for achievement on standardized tests is family income. Well, that's something that's really outside of the the control of schools. And so, and people wonder, well, why do they have better test scores in Wayzata, in Edina, than they do in North Minneapolis? Well, it's because people of certain incomes group together in cohorts. And it has nothing to do with the quality of the instruction, not even the quality of the facilities. It's more about what's the family income. And that's why you can predict with pretty good certainty what some scholar's test score is going to be based on their census tract. Where do they live? What's their zip code? That's the greater predictor than the quality of the education or the school they're coming from. So I've been on this soapbox for several years, and so far it's had limited success. But I will say that we had a something called a World Cafe at the high school. I think, well, it was before Rhoda came here, but we invited members of corporations. We invited people from higher ed, as well as parents and staff, and to talk about how we might improve our educational outcomes. And it was interesting to hear from, especially from employers, they don't really care about test scores. That's not what's important to them. They care about, can the kid read and write? Can they get along with other people? Do they have empathy for others? You know, the social skills. And they said, you know, if there's technical skills, we'll teach them that. So I don't think it's something that we should be trying to train our scholars to do, is to pass standardized tests. I think if we can find a better way to evaluate them on the things, the characteristics that are important to employers in higher ed, which is sociability, empathy, ability to learn, they'd be much further ahead in their careers and their higher learning. So that's my soapbox. I pass it off.
We're gonna like shove the soapbox over here to Vice Chair Andreessen.
Not necessarily a soapbox, although I agree with you and wholeheartedly support your boxes. I did then have a question, since I think the district as a whole is pretty much aligned around this goal of redefining our success metrics. It is long overdue. I am just wondering, since this is a world's best workforce report, is that even possible within the framework we've been handed from this bill? Do we have to use those standardized tests?
That's such a great question. So I have a comment about that. I think that we do have, I'm trying to think of a more professional term than wiggle room, but I do think that we do have some autonomy in terms of identifying the goals and then how we are going to measure our goals. And in fact, you know, we don't always have that ability with MDE regulation, but even just this fall, we were working with them in terms of trying to shift their thinking on how we report out on Q-Comp goals, which is another one of our aligned plans. And so I do think that World's Best Workforce does offer us some of those opportunities to define what our goals are and how we want to measure them. But as Dr. Mary Perry-Reed said earlier, like, we are sort of on the cutting edge of trying to do that. And so I think we are probably up for continued conversations with MDE around how we can report out on these things.
Great. Well, if you need some legislative advocacy, you know who to go to.
Steve, it's Steve. You go to Steve.
Well, and one of our legislators too, Heather Adelson, is very concerned about this.
Yeah.
So,
Just to add one quick thing to that, I think at this point, it's not about elimination, it's about identifying additional metrics that provide a more holistic approach for students and a more holistic view for the adults who are assessing the quality of our programs, our instruction, our support practices. So we want to add to, not yet eliminate. We don't want to have nothing and then you have to quickly scramble. So if we continue using the assessments that we have been using, because we are required to, and we're thoughtful about which additional measures to enhance that collection of diagnostics and instruments, then I think we'll be setting ourselves up for success.
Yeah, and I would argue we kind of exemplified that today, right? Because we said, okay, one of our goals is that our students are college and career ready. Here's our ACT data, but here's our youth truth data. Our students are more engaged than they were 2 years ago. They have reported, that they have better relationships in school. Like, those are things that colleges and careers and employers are looking for. And so we didn't take away from the ACT data, but we said there's more to these students than their ACT scores could hear.
Chair Bouchard.
Director Khan, why don't you go first, and then we'll go back to Director Adams.
I had a question on slide 33 for goal number 5, all students will graduate from high school. And then below that in small print, it says, survey data indicate that of students who reported considering dropping out, their most often cited reason is that they don't see how the work they are doing in school will help them in life. So is there some kind of way to get to these students and, tell them that, getting that degree is extremely important?
Absolutely, and that data point from the Minnesota Student Survey is so critical, and one of the reasons that we are collecting more data around engagement and in particular with our high school students through Youth Truth and Panorama. I think that the other piece that's really important about that is that we are working really closely with Hopkins High School administration on providing students with more leadership opportunities so that they can also start designing learning experiences both in their courses, but also as we look to the future of what the high school experience might transform into, so that they do see relevancy in their high school experience and really feel like it is adding to their sort of repertoire as they look to post-secondary choices.
Thank you.
Director Adams.
Thank you. Well, first of all, is it possible for us to get copies of these slides? I had trouble reading some of them, so I'd like to have that.
They're linked to the packet.
They weren't on the packet that I downloaded, but anyway.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Also, in the past, we have looked at what the test results are for students who have been in the district more than three or more years. And one of the things that we noted was that the longer a student is with us, the less mobile they are, the more they can learn and absorb the learning techniques, and they do better on standardized tests. And if we could see a breakdown of those, that would be helpful too. I don't know if, well, Dr. Holm, I think, would have the capability to slice and dice the data so we can see that, but that was a very telling characteristic, I thought.
Yeah, in John Hattie's research, he's identified mobility and transience as a variable that that most detracts from student achievement. It's a huge detriment.
Right.
So longevity in a system is very, very helpful to our students in terms of their learning over time.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes, Director Hartland.
I did want to take a moment to appreciate the implementation and then conveying data from Youth Truth and Panorama. I think that having worked as an American Sign Language interpreter, I've seen like the very act of involving the stakeholders and providing the information and receiving it, that in and of itself is community building, and that in and of itself increases this engagement that we're talking about. And so even if the answer is not as high as you would hope, that the act of asking for it and discussing it and valuing that input increases the very thing that we're trying to talk about. And I appreciate that so very much. And in a slightly related vein, then my question is, and I also love how we're beginning a listening journey with key stakeholders, and I think that is a wonderful way to put it. Have you, or has the team identified, since it is January 2022, who some of those stakeholders will be and how we communicate about this with our, like the parents and other people in our network?
Yeah, so we have started that convening of that group. So for one, we have some IDL team members in mind as to who could serve on the listening journey. So that's the Innovation, Design, and Learning Department. We're going to put out an ask to principals, and then actually Dr. Mary Perry Reed and I talked about putting out an ask to just the entire Eisenhower Community Center staff. What experts might we have in our back pocket that might be able to provide their expertise? It might not necessarily be a principal or someone in the IDL department. But I think the priorities for now are students, family members, principals or other district leaders, and then IDL representation as well.
So is that planned? Will that go out to, say, caregivers in an email? Is that kind of the vision to that, to get participation, or are specific families being targeted?
I think probably go out in an email, but we can talk about more targeted work as well. I'm certainly open to that.
I was just curious what the vision was and how you're going to go about communicating with the stakeholders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I should add that that's just for those steering the listening journey. Mm-hmm. When it comes to actually listening to people, I think it would be important to speak to a caregiver that, standardized tests have really worked for, and speak to a caregiver that standardized tests have not worked for, and just get a variety of perspectives all around our community. So that will be a very wide net in terms of who we're hearing the perspectives from.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions for the team? I appreciated Director Hartland bringing up the Youth Truth data. The slide that really stuck out to me is slide 32 about student leadership. I speak up about school issues to help make my school a better place. And if we look at the increase between 2019 and 2021 and think about what we've been experiencing as a society between those times, I think it's really telling. One of the things that this over-reliance on standardized testing has done is drive this narrative around learning loss. That like we're seeing tons of think pieces about, right? And everybody's talking about, and parents and caregivers are experiencing a level of anxiety around. And so I found this. Okay, I found it on social media, but then I went and checked the source. It comes from a website called Teaching is Intellectual, which is an equity-driven website. And so I think this is a really useful way for us to think about this idea of learning loss and reframe it. So in order to believe in learning loss, we would have to believe that learning is linear, calculated in calendar months. Learning is only measured by standardized assessments. Learning only happens inside school walls. Learning always happens when learners are in school. Learning is defined by grade level standards, and learning can be lost. And I think as we work to reframe that, some of this data we're seeing, like imagine the learning that would have to occur to move someone from a place of either not feeling comfortable speaking up about school issues, or not seeing the point, or not believing that they could impact change, to a place of like, yeah, this is what we do now, right? And if we look at the data, there's been a lot of movement in that area. So just a very specific example of how widening our metrics and making them more holistic just gives us a different look, or a different viewpoint altogether on what we know our scholars have experienced during the pandemic, what we don't know that they've experienced, and we need to find out in order to really be in this place of truth as a system. So really appreciate the presentation tonight. Anything else before we close on this agenda item? Dr. Mary Perry Reed?
I'd like to echo the gratitude to the team. Thank you for your time and the time that you put in before tonight to put together the slide deck and the thoughtful flow, and also your time this evening. I'm going back to the Hopkins Promise slide, which talks about our aspiration to cultivate scholars who work collaboratively, disrupt the status quo, and solve some of the world's most complex problems. 3 very important set of skills that standardized tests do not come close to measuring. So we have a very important charge in front of us of redefining student success metrics so that we can figure out if our students do know how to do these important things, and what's our evidence that that they can, or that they're making their progress toward really acquiring and mastering these skill sets. So thanks to all of you for your presentation this evening, and look forward to partnering in the work ahead of us.
Thank you. We'll move to our next agenda item, which is the approval of the 2022-2023 calendar. And we'll invite Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot to the table. And
view 2 draft calendars and to contemplate what the implications might be as you consider the version that seems most fitting for our students and stakeholders. And so Dr. Lightfoot is back with us, I think, to talk about one small tweak and then get board members' thoughts on how we might move forward.
Sure. Good to be with you all again. We did, as we had mentioned before, bring the work back to our administrative group, gathered feedback there, gathered additional feedback on the placement of items in specific locations. In addition, we did check in with our Education Association partners in that process. Some pieces that were brought up along those lines are, was there a way when we looked at the extra holiday calendar that we were looking at, option number 2, when we were looking at trying to look at that calendar equity, part of the questions were aligning, could we look at a better alignment of quarters in that, particularly at the high school, being on the terms and the number of term days? What might that look like, and could we work a bit on that? So what we did with that, and we're able to finalize some of that this morning, so that's why the quick change was necessary. But what was given to you was a more aligned quarter system as we look at what that would be. What it did for us to do that, in order to, what that did, instead of being at the end of March, moving that to April, accomplished a couple items. What it did is it balanced out more closely the grading days that could occur, the conferencing days that could occur, to make sure that the information could be communicated to families, lined up more closely to the quarters. It also allowed us to look at the time in the beginning of April, which acknowledged also the inclusion of Good Friday and as well the beginning of Passover. So we were able to look at that as well in April with that spring break move. Overall, it didn't impact the number of days, as has been mentioned. It did not impact the instructional hours. It was just more of an internal alignment. The dates of ending and closing the school year remain the same. Numbers of school days remain the same. Like I said, we're still doing a little bit more of the tweaking with that, but that was the major item that we received as far as consideration from our Education Association, and we were able to do that, and as well add additional advantages to the calendar in the ability to accomplish more of the alignment. So with that, you've had the opportunity to review these previously. Like I said, this one is a little bit different in that it did move that spring break component. And so with that, if there are additional questions, I am more than happy to address those and to answer anything or continue to work on things that the board might see that are present within the two options that are in front of you in the packet of materials. And second option being revised as of today.
Questions or comments?
Chair Bouchard,
Yes, Director Adams.
I noticed in the draft number 2, it looks like we lose one instructional day. Is that correct?
Oh, you mean at the, where are you looking at the loss of a day?
Well, I'm just looking at the total numbers.
Yeah, you mean the elementary is calculated incorrectly on this draft if you're looking
it
at the
is.
165?
Yeah.
It should be 166.
Okay.
Term 2 actually should have 43 days instead of 42.
Okay. Well, and then the junior high went from 169 to 167.
Yep, and that was due to a conferencing conversation with the junior highs and what conferences would look like because we hadn't placed conferences in the other draft.
Okay. And the high school went from 169 to 168, same reason?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just in light of the comment that we had at the beginning of the meeting, I have some concern about that, how that will be received, but I don't envy your job.
Well, I think the other elements to consider is that, remember, the days are one element. The other element in the construction of a calendar are the instructional hours of learning.
Right.
And that's why we always want to make sure that, yes, a day is included, but when we look at the hours of learning, we're looking at the state minimum of 935 for our elementary, and we're at 996. So
I understand that.
We do
Parents
recognize
don't.
that it's kind of the both and when we look at the totals.
All right.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
I think that I too, Director Adams, agree with a concern around reducing instructional days, but I also then hear a wonderful quote that says, we're assuming learning only happens in school.
Right.
And so I think that I'm very much in support of creating spaces in which our community members can celebrate the important things in their lives. And I think that that might have more of an impact and be more meaningful and a place of greater growth for our scholars than maybe in the classroom on that particular day. So for that reason, I really support it. But I also, as a parent, am painfully aware of how difficult it can be to have your kid at home. when you aren't expecting it, aren't prepared for it, and kind of see them going into a world that maybe you don't feel like they're learning very much. So if we could pass this calendar, approve it, knowing that there might be a space for some flexibility to add additional days later on, perhaps in speaking with our teachers union, or maybe the legislature will give us more flexibility about when we can stop and start school. So just wondering if you have any thoughts behind that. Would there be some ways in which we could add days in at some point?
Well, they're all trade-offs. And looking at what you have here is that when you look at the 185 days that are available within the context of our instructors' time within the contract, it's what it looks like on those additional days. So when we think about conferences, we can look at different conferencing models. When we think about professional development, we can look at different kinds of professional development models. Those are certainly within our purview, and as we've looked at some of those creatively, when we think about late start days and those kinds of options, where you do have the day and you get some hours and you get some professional development, those also have some of the trade-offs that get associated with them. But certainly those are options that we can take at and we can look further into. We've tried to minimize those and what you see here, and tried to, with this model, remove those late starts and compress those into days. So that's why you saw that transition happen. And that's why this looks a little bit different than what we've done before. Certainly you can go back to a late start model that would add those days back. But what that would do is then create that increase in number of days, but then you'd have late starts that you have to plan for. So it's really kind of a both and as we look at those. And there again, it's a lot of the trade-offs when you're looking at out of the 185 days and the time to grade and the time to conference and the time to professional development. Puts you all in the mix of ending up with, you know, as we get closer to that time frame, what does that look like and what are the trade-offs? We certainly can. I mean, certainly if people want to go back and look at those additional options, certainly I know that part of the goal was to look at what we could accomplish now, especially given the start time components that we also have in front of us as well, with that transition and change as part of the framework for what families will be navigating next year also.
In terms of process, what I've been hearing from community around the calendar for next year, so I'm really hesitant to do any sort of like preliminary approval with things that are going to change. I think that families just really need to know so that they can be planful for a calendar that looks a little bit different for next year.
Chair Bouchard.
Oscar.
I just have a few thoughts I'd like to add to this. I've been talking to my peers about this and family about this, about having the high holidays and Eid off. And for the most part, my friends who are not in religious minorities were very supportive of it. They think that it's a good idea. And the reaction from my friends who are in religious minorities was shock, followed by excitement. Because this really is not a change that we saw coming. We didn't expect it to actually happen. I was talking to my grandparents about this, about the fact that the high holidays may be off. And they told me that they really didn't expect to see this within their lifetimes. And truly, my parents said the exact same thing. The high holidays are supposed to be a time of reflection, time with family, but what they became was an annual reminder that we were different, that we were somehow not a part of what everybody else was a part of. And I know that for most students at Hopkins, this is a pretty minor change. It just means that they'll get a few extra days off. But for those students whose holidays are, for the first time, being honored, it's a really big deal. Not only will this calendar help students who are in the religious minorities, I think that it will actually help students who are in the religious majority get a better perspective about the other cultures that exist in Hopkins. And the more I think about this issue, the more I think about the younger students in our district, the elementary schoolers. Because I remember being a Jewish elementary schooler at Hopkins. And every year I remember falling behind on those 2 high holidays. The main issue was never having to make up the work. That wasn't the big deal. The thing that made it a big deal was that feeling of exclusion, that feeling that I had missed out on something, and that the reason that I had missed out on something was because I was Jewish, because I was not part of the majority religion. So I think that in addition to the immediate impact of this new calendar, it's worth keeping in mind the long-term psychological impact that this is going to have. Students in Hopkins who are part of a religious minority will no longer have to grow up with that annual reminder that they are not a part of the majority religion. They will grow up feeling more comfortable at Hopkins, and I really do think that that will have a big impact on our current elementary schoolers and any future potential Hopkins student. I think that this will be a huge step towards improving equity at Hopkins, and I really hope that we will be sort of on the cutting edge of this, and that other districts around us will start to pick this up, and hopefully it will spread further around in the state and eventually the nation. So with that, I would strongly urge the board to approve the second calendar with extra holidays. Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like you just made your first motion.
I know.
Should we let Oscar make the motion?
I don't think we legally can.
Thank you. That was so powerful, Oscar. And thank you as well to everyone you referenced in your comments and for their input as well. This is what it's all about, is grappling with these issues. I think that we tend to get really bogged down in the technicalities, which we legally have to, so I understand why we do, right? But when we think about the larger cultural implications, when we think about our culture as a Hopkins Schools community and the decisions that we're making, that we have a really important decision in front of us. You know, whether we are going to truly structurally honor the diversity that exists in our district, or whether we are going to just kind of keep plugging ahead in the way we always have. So I appreciate you framing it up so beautifully for us, the importance of that work. I wanted to make one last comment. I said to them before, I'm tired tonight, I'm not gonna talk a lot tonight, but that apparently is not happening. So I do wanna recognize our Hopkins Education Association, our union, for their contribution to these conversations as well. When we think about is the value of a school calendar to have the most days possible, what we're not taking into consideration is that educator collaboration time that has been so thoughtfully built into this calendar, and that all of our scholars are going to be receiving a much better experience if our educators have time to plan, and not only time to plan, time to rest. And I see those priorities built into this calendar in a way that I haven't seen them in previous calendars. So I wanted to note that as well. I wish we could have Oscar make the motion. I'd get in trouble by I don't know, the judge of Robert's rules.
Chair Bouchard, may I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
Both of you and Oscar brought up beautiful points that speak exactly to the work that the board and beyond, much beyond, are trying to do in Hopkins. And I don't know who's going to be in charge of communicating this calendar, but does that team, do those people have those same talking points? Can we tap Oscar to write the the release about what the calendar is going to mean for?
That'd be a nice touch.
I love that idea.
I mean, not to volunteer you for
No, I
additional
can
work,
do it.
but
I'd be happy to.
But I think that because there will, there'll be community questions, and I think that this frame is very important to understanding.
I think you're also right that it helps coming from a student perspective. I think that when things come from administration or the board, people are already on guard a lot of the time. But when it's coming from a student, it's a lot harder to say, no, you're wrong, because we're the ones experiencing it. So I think it's a good idea.
Great.
You need a motion?
So what do we do?
Sure. With that, I would look for a motion that the school year calendar for 2022-23 be approved.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
So we should clarify.
Option
Approve draft 2,
Right.
right? So I have a motion and a second to approve draft 2 of the school year calendar for 2022-23. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Lightfoot.
Thank you.
We will have you stay with us for a moment for our next agenda item, which is our resolution calling for executive session. And I'll turn it back to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. So we are seeking board action to move into closed session to provide school board members with an update on our negotiations with the Hopkins Education Association.
I'm ready to
read it, or?
make the motion. Should I read the whole resolution?
Sure, yes, please.
Okay. I move that the board approve the following resolution. It is hereby resolved that the school board of Independent School District 270, Hopkins, Minnesota, meet in executive session to discuss negotiation strategy related to the HEA contract for the 2021-22 and 22-23 school years. That the meeting be held in person and commence immediately following adjournment of this regular meeting. Further, that it be noted that all board members, superintendent, and clerk were duly notified of intention to call this executive session.
Second. I have a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Lightfoot.
Thank you.
And next, we will move into board member reports. Director Adams.
Are we going alphabetically? Is that the deal?
Yes, that's exactly where my thought process was, yeah.
Well, I've only got two things to report on, but they were fairly substantial. On January 7th, 2 Fridays ago, I participated in person at the AMSD legislative kickoff. And Superintendent Mary Perry Reed presented along with 2 other superintendents from other districts to brief our legislators on our concerns and issues that are facing school districts across the state. I was disappointed that one of the major decision makers at the Capitol, Senator Chamberlain, who's the chair of the Senate Education, Finance, and Policy Committee, was not there for the presentations. You were probably not aware of that, but because you were presenting virtually. But the presentations went from 8 until 9, and he showed up at 9:08 and did not hear any of the presentations. And he's probably the key decision maker on anything that happens at the Capitol this year. So that was very concerning to me. He also showed up maskless. So we're going to have a challenge getting anything through the legislature this year. The following Thursday and Friday, I attended the MSBA conference at the Minneapolis Convention Center, and I again attended that in person. Just give a brief rundown of some of the sessions I attended. I had planned to attend the roundtables on Thursday and Friday that take place in the exhibit hall, but once I saw the setup and how confined the area was, I chose not to participate, just out of fear of catching COVID. So I can't report on any of those. But the workshops were, in the afternoons, were interesting, including the Minnesota School Board Directors of Color and Indigenous Fellowship. It was interesting that one of our former high school principals received an award, Willie Jett, who was principal at the high school for a number of years and is now principal or superintendent of the St. Cloud School District, received an award for the Superintendent of Color Award of the Year. And it was fun to see him again, as well as a number of my my cohorts. Helen Bassett from the Robbinsdale School Board got an award, as did Nellie Corman, who is a chair of the Bloomington School Board. So that was fun to attend. But I think the one session that I attended that had the most impact on me was on Friday morning. And it was a presentation by the Farmington Area School District on supporting student-centered learning through a competency-based framework. Kind of relates to what we were talking about earlier. They don't really believe in standardized tests there, so that's helped them get in some trouble at the state department. But they have their students prove their competency. And they talked about the different kinds of skills you can test using standardized tests versus, projects, things of that nature. And standardized tests only test a very small subset of learning, whereas a competency-based evaluation that they do, where a student has to demonstrate what they know, is really much more powerful and much more holistic. So it was fun to, I'd sat through one of their presentations years ago, but they're still continuing along that line. I believe you've been to Farmington, haven't you? Did you tour there? So, so there is a model we can perhaps follow in trying to evaluate student performance. So it was fun to see what they're doing and see how they're progressing. And like we've noted earlier today, not everyone in not every staff member in the district buys into the whole process, but it's a gradual process of getting competency-based education implemented. So that's my report.
Thank you, Director Adams. Who else has a report?
Chair Bouchard.
Director Ross.
So I had the luxury of attending the MSBA Phase 2, going over the school finances. This was on last week, Wednesday, October 12th. Oh, sorry, my gosh. January 12th. I might not know where I am. It was January 12th.
It's COVID time. It's COVID time.
Over at the Minneapolis Convention Center. The information was thoroughly, gone through, and it was well received and very good information. Met individuals from different, our peers from different school boards across the state, and was able to. It was a lot of information, so I have to reread all the details that was presented. But no, thanks to the district, had the luxury to go there and learn. Just like Director Adams said, there was quite a few individuals that did not have masks, so I was somewhat surprised, but nevertheless, I was able to learn the information and, be able to understand everything Steve was talking about.
And the topic was school finance?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything from the state to all the way down to how you get the funding and make the decisions. That Ann Earl and her team were talking about how certain schools, they get the funding, but it's not always equitable.
Sure. Good.
Thanks.
Thank you for taking the time to do that. Both Director Ross and Director Hartland have been putting in a lot of time around their own professional development as board members, and so just wanted to acknowledge that. It does. It takes a lot of work to get up to speed, especially the timing of board terms that we start in January, and we're sort of like thrown into this budgeting process. So really appreciate the work that both of you are doing.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
I have an update from Intermediate District 287. We welcomed 2 new board members, one from Eden Prairie and one from Wayzata, and had elections for new officers. So the chair is Crystal Bracke from Richfield. Vice chair is Regina Neville from Edina. Treasurer is continues to be Ruthie Dallas from Brooklyn Center, and I was pressured into serving as clerk. Chair Bouchard, you know my tendency to volunteer when no one else does.
Yes, I do. I rely on it.
Yes. They are also are currently in a online learning, distance learning model, and which of course comes with a lot of mixed outcomes and emotions. We did also have the monitoring committee met, kind of more of an organizational meeting, and to welcome our newest member, Director Ross, which was fun to talk about all that kind of stuff. And then we established a timeline for our ongoing work with different policy pieces. And I too was at the MSBA Leadership Conference, delighted to see Steve get his All-State Board Award. And then went to the director's region, what is that, region meeting?
Yeah, Region 4.
Region 4, where I was not the only one who expressed frustration with MSBA's decision to leave NSBA, and that the conference that they held did not offer a virtual option or virtual access for people who are serving on school boards, in particular in districts like I am, that are going into distance learning for students. So that is my report.
Thank you. Any other reports?
Chair Bouchard?
Yes, Director Khan.
So many reports. Mine will be short. So I had the honor of attending the MSBA luncheon for Steve and recognizing Shannon, which was really nice and well-deserved for both of you, so congratulations. And the second meeting I attended was a Community Ed Advisory Council Committee meeting, where we had a really informative presentation by Project SOAR, which I didn't even know we had. It provides specialized classes and activities for adults with disabilities. And they're looking for people to volunteer and teach some of their classes. Cool. So yeah, that's what I did.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the robust reports. And with that, I will look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. This meeting of the Hopkins School Board is adjourned at 9:10 p.m.